Most people believe the body is what gets tired at the end of the day, but the body is rarely the real problem. The real exhaustion lives inside the mind. It is the mind that keeps replaying conversations long after they ended. The mind that turns small worries into large storms in the middle of the night. The mind that refuses to switch off even when the entire world has gone quiet around you. You lie down. The room is dark. Everything is finally still. But inside your head, something continues moving. Old memories return. Unfinished problems reappear. Small mistakes from years ago suddenly feel important again. The mind begins doing what it has practiced for years, thinking, analyzing, predicting, worrying. Not because something is wrong with you, but because no one ever taught you how to allow the mind to rest. Most of us were raised to push forward, to endure, to keep working even when things become heavy. We were taught how to chase goals, solve problems, and stay strong when life becomes difficult. But almost no one ever teaches the opposite skill, how to slow down the mind, how to let thoughts pass without grabbing them, how to sit with silence without feeling uncomfortable, how to allow the mind to return to calm. The ancient Stoic philosophers understood something that many people today forget. The mind becomes peaceful not when life becomes perfect, but when we stop fighting every thought that appears inside it. Marcus Aurelius once wrote that the mind becomes colored by the thoughts it holds. This means something very simple, but very powerful. When the mind is constantly filled with worry, tension, and endless thinking, life begins to feel heavy. But when the mind learns to observe instead of react, something surprising happens. The noise begins to fade. This meditation is not about forcing the mind to become quiet. That almost never works. Instead, it is about learning a softer skill. Watching the mind, letting thoughts come and go, allowing the nervous system to slowly remember what calm feels like again. Tonight is not about solving every problem in your life. It is about something far more powerful, releasing the pressure to solve them right now. For the next 4 hours, there is nowhere you need to go, nothing you need to fix, and no role you need to perform. The outside world can wait. This time is for the quiet rebuilding of your inner world. Little by little, the mind will loosen its grip. The thoughts will begin to slow down. The body will soften. The brain will start resetting itself in the background. The Stoics believed that peace is not something we find somewhere in the world. Peace is something we practice inside the mind. And sometimes the most powerful change does not come from pushing harder, but from finally allowing yourself to rest. So, take a slow breath. Let the day fall behind you, and allow this quiet journey to begin. The quiet has begun to settle. The day is no longer asking anything from you. The noise of responsibilities has stepped back, and the mind finally has space to breathe. Yet this is the moment when many people discover something surprising. When the world becomes silent, the mind often becomes louder. Thoughts begin to move again. Small worries stretch into long stories. Old memories appear without invitation. It can feel as if the mind has a life of its own. This is exactly where the Stoics began their training. They understood that the goal was never to stop thoughts completely. The goal was to change the relationship with them. One of the most powerful practices the Stoics used before rest was learning to let the mind become a quiet observer. Not a fighter, not a judge, not a storyteller, simply an observer. Most people spend their lives inside their thoughts as if they are passengers trapped in a moving train. Every thought becomes a command. Every worry demands attention. Every memory pulls the mind backward into old emotions. The Stoics discovered that peace begins the moment a person steps out of the train and watches it from the outside. The mind produces thoughts the same way the lungs produce breath. It happens naturally. There will always be thoughts appearing in the mind. Trying to force them to disappear is like trying to stop the wind. It creates more tension, but observing them changes everything. When a thought appears and you simply notice it without following it, the thought loses its weight. It becomes lighter. It passes through the mind like a cloud crossing the sky. This practice begins with something very simple. As the body rests and the day fades away, attention turns inward for a moment. Not to analyze the day or replay every moment, but simply to notice what the mind is doing. Thoughts may appear quickly at first. One thought about work, another about a conversation, another about tomorrow. Normally, the mind would jump into these thoughts and start building stories around them. The Stoic approach is different. The thought is noticed, and then it is allowed to pass. This may feel unusual in the beginning because the mind is used to reacting to every thought that appears. For years it has been trained to treat every idea as something important. But most thoughts are simply mental noise. They are echoes of the day, fragments of memory, small predictions about the future. When the mind becomes the observer instead of the participant, those thoughts slowly lose their urgency. Marcus Aurelius practiced this form of observation often. He would sit quietly and watch the movement of his own mind the same way a person watches waves move across water. He understood that the mind becomes calmer when it stops chasing every ripple. There is a quiet strength that grows when a person realizes that thoughts are only events happening inside the mind, not commands that must be followed. Another important part of this practice is learning to notice the emotional tone of thoughts without becoming trapped in them. Sometimes a thought arrives with worry attached to it. Sometimes it carries regret. Sometimes it tries to predict a difficult future. The observer simply notices this and lets it pass. There is no need to argue with the thought or prove it wrong. The mind is simply watching. When the mind observes instead of reacts, something very interesting begins to happen. The space between thoughts becomes larger. Instead of a constant stream of noise, there are small moments of silence. Those moments may last only a few seconds at first, but they are powerful. In those quiet spaces, the nervous system begins to relax. The body understands that it is safe to release the tension it carried throughout the day. Over time, the observer inside the mind becomes stronger. Thoughts still appear, but they move more slowly. The mind learns that it does not have to respond to every idea that passes through it. This creates a feeling of freedom that many people have never experienced before. It becomes clear that thoughts are visitors, not rulers. This shift is one of the most important steps toward deep mental peace. When the mind stops reacting to every passing thought, the brain begins to calm itself naturally. Sleep becomes easier. Stress becomes lighter. The inner world becomes quieter. Tonight, the practice is very simple. Let the mind observe. Notice thoughts as they come and allow them to leave without holding on to them. Nothing needs to be solved right now. Nothing needs to be fixed tonight. The mind can simply watch and rest at the same time. As this quiet observation deepens, the mind begins to discover something that was always there beneath the noise. A calm presence that does not depend on solving every problem or controlling every thought. This presence grows stronger each time the mind learns to observe instead of react. And from this calm place, the next step of the Stoic practice begins to unfold naturally. As the mind learns to observe its thoughts without chasing them, a quiet space begins to appear inside. That space is important. It creates distance between the person and the endless stream of mental noise. But the Stoics understood that observation alone was only the beginning. Once the mind becomes calmer, another powerful practice can begin, a practice that gently clears away the emotional weight collected throughout the day. Every day leaves small marks on the mind, a tense conversation, a mistake at work, an expectation that was not met, or even a moment of regret that appears again hours later. These moments do not disappear automatically when the day ends. They remain in the mind as unfinished emotional energy. Many people carry this weight straight into the night. They lie down while the mind quietly continues replaying events, analyzing what should have been said, or worrying about what might happen tomorrow. This is one of the main reasons the mind refuses to rest. The Stoics developed a simple but powerful evening practice to prevent this build-up from growing heavier. They called it evening reflection. It was not a harsh self-judgment or a deep analysis meant to criticize oneself. Instead, it was a calm review of the day with honesty and clarity. The purpose was not to punish the mind, but to release it. Seneca, one of the most respected Stoic thinkers, practiced this every night before sleep. When the world became quiet, he would gently walk through the events of his day. He asked himself simple questions. What did I do well today? Where could I have responded better? What did I learn from what happened? These questions were not meant to create guilt. They were meant to dissolve confusion. This practice works because the mind naturally seeks closure. When events remain unclear, the brain keeps returning to them. It tries to solve them again and again, even when the body wants to sleep. Evening reflection gives the mind a moment to organize the experiences of the day. When an event is calmly reviewed and understood, the brain no longer needs to replay it endlessly. The Stoics believed that many emotional burdens grow heavier simply because they are left unexamined. A small mistake during the day can turn into a large source of anxiety when the mind keeps circling around it without understanding it. Reflection interrupts that loop. When the mind calmly recognizes what happened and accepts it, the emotional charge attached to the event begins to fade. This does not require long or complicated thinking. In fact, the Stoics preferred simplicity. The mind only needs a few quiet moments to review the day with honesty. Perhaps there was patience during a difficult situation. That is something worth noticing. Perhaps there was a reaction that could have been calmer. That is simply information for tomorrow. Nothing more. One of the most powerful aspects of this practice is that it separates learning from shame. Many people carry guilt for mistakes long after the moment has passed. The Stoics approached mistakes differently. They treated them as lessons, not as personal failures. Once the lesson was seen clearly, the emotional weight could be released. Evening reflection also strengthens awareness of what truly matters. During the day, many small distractions compete for attention. People worry about minor problems, temporary frustrations, or opinions that will not matter in the long run. Reflection helps the mind step back and see the larger picture. When the mind reviews the day calmly, many problems shrink in importance. What seemed overwhelming earlier now appears small and manageable. Another benefit of this practice is emotional balance. When the mind reflects on the day with clarity, it becomes easier to notice positive actions that might otherwise be ignored. Many people are quick to remember their mistakes but slow to recognize their progress. Stoic reflection corrects this imbalance. It encourages the mind to acknowledge growth, patience, and effort. Over time, this nightly review becomes a gentle conversation with oneself, not a harsh voice of criticism, but a calm guide that helps the mind grow stronger and wiser. Each evening becomes a moment to learn, adjust, and release. The day is acknowledged, understood, and then placed behind you. This simple act has a powerful effect on the nervous system. When the brain understands that the day has been processed and completed, it no longer feels the need to keep replaying events. The emotional charge connected to unfinished situations begins to dissolve. The mind slowly loosens its grip on the day. What remains after reflection is clarity. The mind is no longer carrying the confusion of unresolved moments. The lessons have been gathered. The rest can be released. This prepares the mind for deeper rest. As this practice continues night after night, the mind begins to trust the process. It learns that the day will always have a moment of understanding before sleep arrives. The emotional weight that once followed into the night begins to disappear. The mind becomes lighter, calmer, and more prepared to enter true rest. And once the mind releases the burden of the day, another realization begins to appear. Many of the thoughts that disturb us at night are not facts at all. They are simply stories the mind has created. Learning to see thoughts in this way opens the door to the next step in the Stoic path toward lasting inner peace. As the mind slowly releases the emotional weight of the day, something important begins to change. The inner space becomes lighter. The constant replay of events begins to fade. When reflection dissolves the unfinished tension of the day, the mind becomes quieter and more open. And in that quiet, another realization begins to appear. Many of the thoughts that once felt heavy and permanent are actually far less powerful than they seemed. They arrive, they stay for a moment, and then they disappear. The Stoics understood this deeply. They trained themselves to see thoughts not as commands, not as truths carved in stone, but as temporary visitors passing through the mind. A thought can feel incredibly convincing when it first appears. It can sound urgent, important, even threatening. One moment the mind is calm, and suddenly a thought enters saying something is wrong, something must be fixed, something must be worried about. The body reacts immediately. The heart tightens, the muscles tense. But the Stoics asked a very simple question that changes everything. Is this thought actually permanent, or is it simply passing through the mind? Most thoughts behave like guests that arrive uninvited. They knock on the door of the mind and step inside for a moment. Some stay longer because attention feeds them. Others disappear quickly because they are ignored. The Stoics realized that people often suffer not because of the thought itself, but because they treat every thought as if it must be entertained, examined, and obeyed. When the brain learns to see thoughts as temporary visitors, a powerful shift happens. The mind no longer feels trapped by every mental event that appears. Instead of becoming the host for every thought, the mind becomes the house where thoughts briefly pass through. This training begins by noticing how quickly thoughts actually move when they are not held in place. A worry may appear about something that happened earlier in the day. Normally, the mind would begin analyzing it, replaying the moment, and imagining different outcomes. But when the thought is simply observed without feeding it attention, something interesting happens. The thought begins to lose strength. It fades naturally because the mind is not giving it energy. The Stoics compared this process to watching clouds move across the sky. No one tries to stop the clouds. No one argues with them. They appear, drift for a moment, and disappear beyond the horizon. Thoughts behave in a very similar way when the mind stops clinging to them. This does not mean that thoughts are ignored completely. The Stoics did not believe in suppressing the mind. Instead, they practiced recognizing the difference between useful thoughts and unnecessary ones. A useful thought might help solve a real problem or guide a wise action. But many thoughts are simply echoes of fear, habit, or imagination. These thoughts do not need to be followed. One of the most helpful ways to practice this is by noticing the beginning and the end of a thought. When a thought appears, simply recognize it. It might say something about the past or predict something about the future. Instead of reacting immediately, the mind pauses for a moment. That pause is powerful. It creates a gap between the thought and the reaction. Inside that gap, the mind realizes something important. The thought is not the same as reality. It is simply a mental event passing through awareness. Once this is seen clearly, the thought loses much of its emotional force. This practice also helps the brain break the habit of rumination. Rumination happens when the mind grabs onto a thought and refuses to let it go. It repeats the same idea again and again, searching for a solution that may not exist. The Stoics knew that rumination is one of the greatest sources of mental exhaustion. By seeing thoughts as temporary visitors, the mind learns that it does not have to keep reopening the same mental door. Over time, the brain becomes more skilled at allowing thoughts to pass without resistance. This skill changes the way stress is experienced. Situations that once triggered long chains of worry now appear as short moments of thought that quickly dissolve. Another surprising benefit appears as well. When the mind stops clinging to every thought, creativity and clarity increase. The brain is no longer crowded with constant mental noise. In that open space, better ideas and calmer perspectives begin to emerge naturally. The Stoics understood that inner peace does not come from controlling every thought that enters the mind. That would be impossible. Peace comes from recognizing that thoughts are simply visitors, not permanent residents. They come and go according to their own rhythm. Tonight, this understanding can become a quiet practice. When a thought appears, notice it gently. There is no need to follow it or push it away. Allow it to stay for a moment, and then let it move on its own. The mind becomes lighter each time this happens. Each passing thought reminds the brain that it does not need to carry everything that enters it. Some thoughts can simply pass through. And as the mind continues learning this gentle skill, another deeper insight begins to unfold. Many of the thoughts that disturb us at night are not only temporary, they are often connected to conversations and moments that the mind keeps replaying long after they have ended. Understanding how to release those mental echoes becomes the next step toward deeper calm. As the mind becomes more comfortable allowing thoughts to pass like temporary visitors, another pattern slowly becomes visible. Many of the thoughts that return again and again are not random at all. They often revolve around conversations that already happened. Words spoken hours ago begin replaying in the mind as if the discussion is still taking place. A sentence that could have been said differently, a response that arrived too late, a tone that now feels wrong. The body lies in bed, but the mind quietly returns to a moment that has already finished. This is one of the most common ways the brain carries emotional tension into the night. The Stoics recognized this pattern long before modern psychology described it. They understood that the mind has a habit of reopening conversations long after they are over. It does this because it is searching for control over something that has already passed. But the past does not change simply because the mind replays it more carefully. No new words can be added. No different outcome can be forced. The moment has already been completed. What the Stoics practiced instead was a method of mentally releasing conversations once they were finished, not ignoring them and not pretending they never happened, but acknowledging them clearly and then allowing them to close. This skill was not about forgetting the conversation. It was about recognizing that its power exists only as long as the mind continues feeding it attention. A conversation becomes heavy in the mind when the brain tries to correct it after the fact. The mind begins searching for better responses. It imagines different reactions from the other person. It rewrites the dialogue again and again, but each time this happens, the emotional weight of the conversation grows stronger instead of lighter. The Stoics approached these moments differently. When a conversation returned to the mind, they paused and looked at it with calm honesty. They asked a very simple question: is there anything that can still be changed right now? Most of the time, the answer was clear. The conversation already belongs to the past. Once this truth is accepted, the mind stops trying to repair what is already finished. This acceptance does not mean the conversation has no value. Sometimes a conversation contains a lesson. Perhaps a response could have been calmer. Perhaps patience could have been stronger. Recognizing these lessons is useful, but the Stoics believed the lesson should be taken quickly and the emotional burden should be left behind. When the mind keeps replaying conversations, it is often trying to defend the ego. The brain wants to prove that it was right, or it wants to avoid the feeling of having made a mistake. This creates an invisible argument that continues inside the mind long after the real conversation has ended. The Stoic method interrupts this inner argument. Instead of defending or attacking, the mind steps back and sees the conversation as a completed event. Words were spoken, reactions happened, the moment has moved forward in time. The mind can choose to carry it, or it can choose to release it. One helpful way the Stoics practiced this release was by mentally placing the conversation in the past, the same way one places an object down after carrying it for too long. The mind quietly acknowledges what happened, accepts the moment as finished, and allows the memory to settle without continuing the discussion. This practice reduces emotional tension because it stops the mind from acting as if the conversation is still active. Many people unknowingly carry dozens of unfinished conversations inside their thoughts. Each one quietly pulls attention backward. By releasing them, the mind frees itself from a large amount of hidden mental weight. Another important part of this method is understanding that other people's reactions belong to them. A conversation involves two minds, not one. Once the moment ends, the thoughts and feelings of the other person are no longer something that can be controlled. The Stoics placed great importance on focusing only on what lies within one's own control. The past reaction of another person is outside that boundary. When the brain accepts this clearly, it stops trying to predict or repair how the other person might feel. The mind becomes calmer because it is no longer trying to solve something that no longer exists. Over time, this practice becomes a habit. When a conversation returns to the mind at night, it is gently recognized as something that already ended. The mind thanks the memory for the lesson it offered and then allows it to pass. The internal argument dissolves because the brain understands there is no discussion left to continue. As this ability grows, the mind begins to feel quieter in the evening. Conversations no longer follow the mind into the night like unfinished tasks. They remain where they belong, in the past. And when the mind stops carrying these echoes of old conversations, another layer of mental freedom begins to appear. Many worries that disturb the mind are not only about past words, but also about imagined problems that may never happen. Learning how the Stoics prepared the mind for rest by simplifying these judgments becomes the next step toward deeper peace. As the mind learns to release conversations that already ended, a new kind of quiet begins to appear. The echoes of past words slowly fade. The arguments that once replayed in the background begin to lose their grip. Yet another source of tension often remains hidden beneath the surface. It is not always the event itself that disturbs the mind, but the judgment we attach to it. A simple moment happens during the day, and the mind immediately labels it as good, bad, unfair, embarrassing, or threatening. These quick judgments create emotional waves that follow us long after the moment has passed. The ancient Stoics paid very close attention to this habit. They believed that the mind becomes restless, not because of events themselves, but because of the meaning we assign to them. Two people can experience the same situation and feel completely different about it, simply because their judgments about the event are different. The Stoics trained themselves to recognize this pattern and gently simplify the way they interpreted what happened around them. At the end of the day, when the world became quiet, they would take a moment to look back at the events they experienced. But instead of attaching heavy stories to each moment, they practiced reducing those experiences to simple facts. This helped the mind release emotional tension before sleep. For example, during the day, someone might say something that feels offensive. The mind quickly reacts and labels the event as disrespectful or unfair. This judgment creates anger, frustration, and a desire to respond. The emotional reaction can stay active for hours because the mind keeps repeating the story it built around the event. But the Stoics approached the same situation differently. Instead of focusing on the story, they returned to the basic fact of what happened. Someone spoke certain words. That is the event. Everything else that follows is the interpretation the mind created. When the mind learns to separate facts from judgments, the emotional charge attached to the event begins to soften. This practice was not about denying emotions or pretending nothing happened. It was about seeing clearly how the mind adds layers of meaning that are often unnecessary. When the Stoics simplified their judgments, they removed the extra weight the mind placed on events. Another example can be seen in everyday frustrations. A delay in traffic, a mistake at work, a plan that did not go as expected. The mind quickly labels these moments as problems. But when examined calmly, many of these events are simply neutral changes in circumstance. The Stoics trained themselves to pause and ask a quiet question. What actually happened, and what part of this is only my interpretation? This small shift in perspective creates space in the mind. Instead of reacting immediately to every event, the brain begins to see things more calmly. The emotional reaction that once felt automatic becomes slower and less intense. Preparing the mind for rest. Using this method is surprisingly simple. As the evening arrives and the body begins to settle, the mind reviews the day without dramatic interpretation. Events are seen as they are. A conversation occurred. A task was completed. A challenge appeared. Each moment is acknowledged without attaching a heavy emotional label. This simplicity helps the nervous system relax. When the brain stops exaggerating problems, the body no longer needs to stay in a state of alertness. The mind understands that many situations it treated as threats were simply moments in a normal day. The Stoics believed that clear judgment leads to inner peace because it removes unnecessary suffering. When the mind exaggerates events, the emotional response grows stronger than the situation itself. But when events are seen clearly and simply, The mind remains steady. Over time, this practice changes the way the brain processes experiences. The mind becomes less reactive and more balanced. Situations that once created strong emotional waves now pass with far less disturbance. This calm clarity makes it easier for the mind to release the day and prepare for sleep. Another quiet benefit appears as well. When judgments become simpler, gratitude begins to appear more naturally. Many small moments that were once ignored suddenly feel more meaningful when they are no longer hidden beneath layers of criticism or frustration. The mind begins to notice calm, simple experiences that were always present. As the Stoics practiced this evening habit again and again, the mind slowly learned that not everything required a strong reaction. Many events were simply part of life moving forward. This realization allowed the brain to settle more deeply each night. And once the mind becomes skilled at simplifying its judgments, another powerful shift begins to take place. The brain starts to understand that the day itself has already finished. Learning how to mentally place the day completely in the past becomes the next step in releasing the mind into deeper rest. As the mind becomes skilled at simplifying its judgments, the emotional intensity of the day begins to soften. Situations that once felt overwhelming now appear smaller, clearer, and easier to accept. The Stoics knew that this clarity created the perfect moment for another quiet discipline, one that helped the mind fully release the day before sleep. It was the practice of mentally placing the entire day in the past. Many people carry the day with them long after it has ended. The body may lie in bed, but the mind is still walking through unfinished tasks, unfinished conversations, and unfinished worries. It continues planning, correcting, and preparing as if the day was still unfolding. The brain does not always understand when an experience has already finished. Without a clear signal, it keeps working long after the moment has passed. The Stoics developed a simple mental habit that helped the mind recognize that the day had reached its natural end. Instead of allowing the brain to continue replaying events, they consciously placed the entire day behind them. This was not an act of forgetting, but an act of completion. When evening arrived and the world became quiet, the Stoic mind would review the day briefly and then acknowledge something important. Every event that happened today now belongs to the past. The mind does not need to carry it forward into the night. The day has already completed its work. This practice helps the brain understand that the present moment is no longer connected to the earlier events of the day. Work conversations, personal frustrations, small mistakes, and unfinished worries are no longer active situations. They are memories, and memories do not require immediate action. The brain often struggles with this distinction. It treats remembered problems as if they were still happening in real time. That is why a small mistake from earlier in the day can suddenly create tension in the body at night. The brain reacts to the memory as if the moment were still alive. Mentally placing the day in the past interrupts this reaction. The mind calmly recognizes that nothing from the day can be changed right now. The time for action has passed. What remains is only the quiet space of the present moment. This recognition allows the nervous system to relax. When the brain understands that there is nothing left to fix tonight, it stops producing the sense of urgency that keeps the mind alert. The body can finally move toward rest. The Stoics also understood that this discipline strengthens emotional balance. During the day, many situations can trigger strong reactions. A difficult conversation, an unexpected challenge, or a moment of frustration may leave emotional traces behind. When the mind places the day firmly in the past, those emotional traces lose their intensity. They are no longer connected to the present moment. This does not mean the mind ignores the lessons of the day. The Stoics valued learning deeply, but learning does not require carrying the emotional weight of every event. Once the lesson is understood, the moment can be released. This discipline also helps the mind avoid a common habit known as future anxiety. When the brain keeps holding on to the day, it often begins projecting those same worries into tomorrow. A small concern grows larger as the mind imagines possible outcomes and prepares defenses for situations that have not yet happened. Placing the day in the past stops this chain reaction. It reminds the mind that tomorrow has not arrived yet. The only moment that exists right now is the quiet present. This creates a mental boundary that protects the night from unnecessary worry. Over time, the brain begins to recognize this evening ritual as a signal that the day has truly ended. The mind learns that it no longer needs to remain active. Just as the body naturally grows tired, the mind also learns how to let go. This small habit becomes a powerful tool for mental peace. Each night, the mind gently releases the events of the day and returns to the stillness of the present moment. The brain no longer carries the weight of yesterday into tomorrow. As this practice becomes natural, the mind begins to discover an even deeper form of rest. Once the day has been placed completely in the past, there is no longer a need to argue with anything that happened. Learning how to release the desire to have the final word becomes the next quiet step in freeing the mind from unnecessary tension. As the mind becomes comfortable placing the day completely in the past, something important begins to shift inside the brain. The mind is no longer tangled in the unfinished threads of the day. The events have been acknowledged, the lessons have been noticed, and the moment has been allowed to close. Yet another layer of calm begins to unfold when the mind learns a deeper Stoic skill: the ability to separate what actually happened from the emotional story the mind builds around it. Many people believe that their emotions come directly from events. Something happens, and the feeling follows automatically. But the Stoics discovered something very different. They realized that between the event and the emotion, there is a small but powerful space. Inside that space lives interpretation. The mind takes the event and immediately gives it meaning. It labels the situation, explains it, predicts what it means for the future, and builds a story around it. The emotion that follows is usually connected more to the story than to the event itself. This insight was one of the most important discoveries in Stoic philosophy. The event itself is simply a fact. But the interpretation the mind creates can turn a small moment into a large emotional experience. When the mind learns to see this clearly, a powerful form of freedom begins to grow. Rewiring the brain in this way begins with learning to notice the difference between facts and interpretations. A fact is something simple and direct. Words were spoken. A plan changed. A message arrived later than expected. These are neutral observations about what happened. They contain no emotional judgment on their own. The interpretation appears when the mind adds meaning to the event. The brain may say the words were disrespectful, the delay was unfair, or the change in plans means something negative about the future. These interpretations can happen very quickly, often so quickly that the mind mistakes them for reality. The Stoics practiced slowing this process down. When something happened during the day, they trained themselves to pause and ask a simple question. What are the actual facts of this situation, and what part of this is my interpretation? This question creates a moment of mental clarity. Instead of reacting immediately to the emotional story, the mind steps back and observes the event more calmly. Many times, the facts themselves are far less dramatic than the interpretation that follows. For example, someone may not respond to a message quickly. The fact is simple. The message has not yet received a reply, but the mind may immediately interpret this as rejection, disrespect, or disinterest. The emotional reaction grows because the interpretation becomes more powerful than the fact. When the brain begins to separate these two layers, something changes. The emotional reaction becomes softer because the mind sees that much of the distress came from the interpretation rather than the event itself. This realization reduces unnecessary suffering. Practicing this separation is like cleaning a window that has slowly become cloudy. At first, the mind has difficulty seeing the difference between fact and interpretation because the two are mixed together. But with practice, the view becomes clearer. The mind begins to recognize when it is adding extra meaning that may not be necessary. The Stoics understood that emotional peace does not require controlling everything that happens in life. That would be impossible. Instead, peace grows when the mind learns to interpret events more wisely. When interpretations become calmer and more balanced, the emotions that follow also become calmer. This practice also helps the brain break a common habit known as emotional forecasting. The mind often takes a small event and predicts a negative future based on it. A single mistake becomes proof that something will go wrong tomorrow. A short moment of tension becomes evidence of a larger problem. These predictions are usually created by interpretation, not by facts. When the brain learns to separate these layers, those predictions lose their power. The mind begins to see that the future cannot be defined by a single moment. The present event becomes simply one experience among many. Over time, this training changes the structure of mental reactions. The mind becomes less reactive and more thoughtful. Emotional waves that once appeared quickly now move more slowly and with less intensity. This creates a steady sense of inner balance. The Stoics practiced this discipline daily because they understood that the mind becomes what it repeatedly does. When the brain repeatedly separates facts from emotional interpretations, it slowly rewires itself toward clarity and calm. As this skill deepens, another realization quietly appears. Many thoughts that disturb the mind at night are not only interpretations of events, but also unfinished mental loops that the brain keeps returning to. Learning how to gently close those loops becomes the next step in allowing the mind to settle into deeper peace. As the mind becomes clearer at separating facts from emotional interpretations, something else begins to stand out more clearly. Many of the thoughts that keep returning at night are not new thoughts at all. They are unfinished loops. Small pieces of the day that the mind keeps circling because they were never mentally closed. A task that was left incomplete. A decision that was postponed. A moment that ended without resolution. The brain quietly keeps these open loops alive, almost like a reminder system that refuses to switch off. The Stoics noticed this pattern long before modern psychology gave it a name. They understood that the mind naturally seeks closure. When an experience remains unfinished in the mind, the brain continues returning to it again and again. It is not trying to disturb your peace. It is trying to complete something that still feels open. This is why many people feel mentally busy at night, even when the day has already ended. The body is tired, but the mind is still working through unfinished threads. The Stoics developed a simple but powerful practice to prevent this mental looping from growing stronger. They trained themselves to close the loops of the day before sleep arrived. Closing a mental loop does not mean finishing every task or solving every problem. That would be impossible. Instead, it means acknowledging the unfinished pieces of the day and giving them a clear place in the mind. Once the brain understands that something has been recognized and placed in the future, it no longer needs to keep repeating the reminder. For example, a task may remain unfinished at the end of the day. Without closure, the brain keeps returning to it as if it still requires immediate action. But when the mind calmly acknowledges that the task will be addressed tomorrow, the loop begins to close. The brain relaxes because it knows the task has been seen and scheduled. The Stoics used a similar method when reviewing their day. As they reflected on the events that had taken place, they mentally organized what had happened. Some actions were completed, some lessons were learned, some tasks remained for another day, but each piece was placed in its proper time. This mental organization is powerful because the brain dislikes uncertainty. When something feels unfinished and undefined, the mind keeps returning to it, hoping to find resolution. But when the mind clearly acknowledges the situation, the sense of urgency disappears. Another common loop appears in the form of unresolved questions. The mind begins wondering about something that cannot be answered in the present moment. A future outcome, another person's reaction, or a problem that requires more information. Without closure, the brain keeps trying to solve the unsolvable. The Stoics responded to this by accepting that some answers simply do not exist yet. When the mind recognizes that a question cannot be answered tonight, it releases the need to keep searching for the answer. This acceptance closes the loop. The brain stops spinning around a question that has no immediate solution. Emotional situations can also create open loops. A moment of frustration during the day may linger in the mind because the emotion was never processed. The Stoic practice of reflection helps close this loop by calmly reviewing the moment and extracting the lesson. Once the lesson is seen, the emotional charge begins to dissolve. The loop no longer needs to repeat. This practice gradually teaches the brain that the day has a natural ending. Just as the body rests after physical work, the mind also deserves a moment of completion. When the loops of the day are closed, the brain receives a signal that the work of thinking can pause. Over time, this habit changes the way the mind approaches the night. Instead of carrying a collection of unfinished mental threads into sleep, the brain learns that the evening is a time for closure. Tasks are acknowledged, questions are accepted, lessons are gathered. Everything else can wait. This does not mean tomorrow's responsibilities disappear. They simply return to their proper place in the future instead of occupying the present moment. The mind becomes free to experience the quiet space of the night without being pulled back into the day. As this skill becomes stronger, the mind begins to experience a deeper form of stillness. Thoughts no longer circle endlessly because the brain understands that the day has been completed. The mental loops have been gently closed, and once the mind learns to close these loops, another quiet discipline begins to appear naturally. The mind discovers that many questions do not require immediate answers at all. Learning how to allow those unanswered questions to remain peacefully unresolved becomes the next step toward deeper inner calm. As the mind becomes skilled at closing the mental loops of the day, the inner world begins to grow quieter. Tasks have been acknowledged, unfinished pieces have been placed in the future, and the brain no longer feels the need to keep reminding you of every responsibility. Yet even when these loops are closed, another pattern sometimes appears. The mind begins searching for answers to questions that cannot be solved tonight. A future decision that is still unclear. A situation that depends on someone else's actions. An outcome that time alone will reveal. The brain quietly keeps turning these questions over, hoping that more thinking will somehow produce certainty. The Stoics understood that the human mind has a deep desire for resolution. It prefers clear answers and defined outcomes. When uncertainty appears, the mind tries to remove it by analyzing every possible scenario. But this habit often leads to more confusion instead of clarity. The more the mind searches for answers that do not yet exist, the more restless it becomes. That is why the Stoics practiced a discipline that feels unusual at first. They trained themselves to let some questions remain unanswered. This practice begins with recognizing that not every question belongs to the present moment. Some questions can only be answered by time, experience, or events that have not yet happened. When the mind tries to solve them too early, it enters a loop of speculation. It creates possibilities, rejects them, creates new ones, and continues this process without ever reaching peace. The Stoics believed that wisdom often involves knowing when thinking should stop. Instead of forcing the mind to reach a conclusion, they allowed uncertainty to exist without resistance. This may sound simple, but it requires a quiet form of courage. The mind must accept that clarity will arrive later, not tonight. One of the reasons unanswered questions disturb the mind is because the brain mistakes uncertainty for danger. When something is unknown, the mind tries to predict the future in order to protect itself. It imagines possible outcomes and prepares responses for each one, but this process rarely brings peace. Most of the imagined outcomes never happen, yet the body still experiences the stress as if they were real. The Stoic approach interrupts this cycle by reminding the mind of something very practical. A question that cannot be answered right now does not require an answer right now. The mind can acknowledge the question and allow it to remain open without chasing it further. This shift changes the relationship between the mind and uncertainty. Instead of seeing uncertainty as a problem that must be solved immediately, it becomes something that can exist peacefully in the background. Life contains many unanswered questions, and that has always been part of the human experience. When the mind learns to sit with these open spaces, it becomes calmer and more patient. The brain begins to trust that answers will appear when the moment is right. Many decisions that seem complicated at night become much clearer the next day when the mind is rested and fresh. Another benefit of this practice is that it reduces the habit of overthinking. Overthinking often begins with a simple question that the mind refuses to release. The brain searches for certainty where certainty does not yet exist. When the mind learns to leave the question where it is, the endless cycle of analysis slowly fades. The Stoics also understood that some questions are not meant to have perfect answers at all. Life is filled with situations where the best decision can only be made with the information available at the time. Waiting for complete certainty can prevent action entirely. By allowing questions to remain open for a while, the mind becomes more comfortable moving forward without needing absolute clarity. This practice also brings a sense of humility to the mind. It reminds us that not everything is under our control. Some events unfold according to forces beyond our influence. Accepting this truth does not weaken the mind. Instead, it frees the mind from trying to control what cannot be controlled. As the evening deepens and the mind begins to settle, this practice becomes especially powerful. When a question appears that cannot be solved tonight, the mind gently acknowledges it and places it aside. The brain no longer treats the question as a task that must be completed before rest can begin. Over time, the mind becomes less afraid of uncertainty. Questions can exist without disturbing inner peace. The brain understands that clarity arrives through patience, not through endless thinking. And as this calm acceptance grows stronger, the mind discovers another important Stoic insight. Many thoughts that once seemed urgent are simply echoes of the mind's habit of revisiting what cannot be changed. Learning how to stop revisiting those moments becomes the next step toward deeper mental stillness. As the mind becomes more comfortable allowing unanswered questions to rest quietly in the background, another source of mental disturbance begins to reveal itself. Even when the future is left alone, the mind often returns to the past. It revisits moments that have already finished. A mistake, a missed opportunity, a decision that might have gone differently. The mind reopens these memories as if something inside them could still be repaired. Yet every time the mind travels backward, it meets the same truth. The past cannot be changed. The Stoics understood how powerful this habit can become. They saw how easily the mind can trap itself in old moments, replaying them again and again. This habit creates a quiet form of suffering because the brain keeps trying to correct something that no longer exists. The event has already moved beyond reach, but the mind continues treating it like an unfinished problem. For the Stoics, freedom began when a person clearly accepted the boundary between what can be changed and what cannot. They believed that much of human distress comes from directing energy toward things that are already fixed in time. When the mind keeps returning to these moments, it wastes attention on something that has no possibility of improvement. Training the mind to stop revisiting the past does not mean pretending those events never happened. The Stoics were not interested in ignoring reality. Instead, they practiced seeing the past as a completed chapter. The lesson can remain, but the emotional struggle does not need to continue. One way they approached this was by reminding themselves that the past is part of the natural movement of time. Every moment arrives, exists briefly, and then disappears into history. No amount of thinking can pull it back into the present. The mind may try to rewrite it through imagination, but reality remains unchanged. When the mind accepts this truth deeply, something begins to shift. The energy that once went into replaying old moments becomes available for the present. The mind slowly learns that revisiting the past does not create wisdom by itself. Wisdom comes from learning the lesson once and then allowing the memory to rest. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that each event in life becomes smaller as time moves forward. Something that once felt overwhelming eventually becomes a distant memory. This perspective helped him see that many moments the mind clings to will lose their importance naturally if they are not constantly revived through rumination. Another part of this Stoic training involved understanding the difference between reflection and repetition. Reflection is useful because it allows the mind to learn. Repetition, on the other hand, is simply the mind circling the same moment without gaining anything new. Once the lesson of an experience has been understood, returning to it again and again no longer serves a purpose. The Stoics encouraged the mind to notice when it had already learned what it needed from an event. At that point, continuing to revisit the memory only strengthens regret rather than wisdom. By recognizing this pattern, the brain begins to release the habit of endless replay. This training also helps reduce the emotional intensity connected to past mistakes. Many people carry guilt for years because the mind keeps reopening the same memory. The Stoics approached mistakes with a different attitude. They believed that mistakes are part of the learning process. Once the lesson has been taken, the event has fulfilled its purpose. Holding on to the emotional weight after that point does not improve the past. It only damages the present. When the mind sees this clearly, it becomes easier to place the event where it belongs, behind you. Over time, the brain becomes more skilled at recognizing when it is drifting back into the past unnecessarily. The moment the mind notices this movement, it gently returns attention to the present moment. Not with frustration or force, but with quiet understanding. This redirection gradually weakens the habit of rumination. The mind begins to realize that peace exists only in the present. The past contains memories, but it cannot be lived again. As this discipline grows stronger, the mind experiences a deeper sense of release. Old moments no longer demand attention the way they once did. The brain learns that the present moment is the only place where life can actually be experienced. And when the mind stops traveling backward into what cannot be changed, another quiet opportunity appears. The brain becomes free to focus on something far more helpful, learning how to reduce the emotional weight that problems carry in the first place. Understanding how the Stoics reduced problems to their smallest and simplest truth becomes the next step toward lasting calm. As the mind slowly learns to stop revisiting what cannot be changed, a deep sense of release begins to grow. The past no longer pulls as strongly as it once did. Old memories lose their urgency, and the mind begins to feel lighter. Yet another quiet habit often remains hidden beneath the surface. Even when the mind stops replaying past events, it can still magnify the problems of the day. Small challenges become large worries. Simple situations grow complicated inside the mind. This happens because the brain naturally builds stories around problems instead of seeing them for what they truly are. The Stoics developed a nightly ritual that helped them dissolve this habit. Before sleep, they practiced reducing the problems of the day to their smallest truth. This simple act prevented the mind from carrying exaggerated burdens into the night. During the day, when emotions are active and attention is scattered, problems can feel larger than they truly are. The mind reacts quickly and builds layers of meaning around each situation. A mistake may feel like a disaster. A disagreement may feel like a personal attack. A delay may feel like something unfair or threatening. The brain quickly creates a dramatic version of what actually happened. But the Stoics understood that problems often appear larger because of the way the mind describes them. The words and interpretations we attach to situations can quietly amplify their emotional weight. When the mind exaggerates a problem, the body reacts with tension, stress, and restlessness. Reducing problems to their smallest truth interrupts this pattern. Instead of repeating the dramatic story, the mind calmly returns to the simplest description of the event. This practice removes the emotional layers that were added during the day. For example, something at work may have gone wrong. The mind might describe it as a failure or as something that will create serious consequences. But when the Stoic mind examines the situation calmly, the description becomes simpler. A mistake happened. A correction will be needed tomorrow. That is the smallest truth. The emotional storm disappears when the problem is described without exaggeration. The brain realizes that the situation is manageable. What felt overwhelming earlier now appears clear and contained. The Stoics used this practice often because they understood how easily the mind can become trapped in dramatic interpretations. When problems are described with heavy emotional language, they appear larger and more threatening than they really are. But when the mind removes those extra layers, the problem returns to its true size. This ritual also helps the brain separate what is real from what is imagined. Many worries that disturb the mind are built on predictions about the future. The brain tries to anticipate outcomes and prepares for situations that may never happen. These imagined scenarios can grow far larger than the actual problem. By reducing the situation to its smallest truth, the mind returns to what is actually known. Instead of predicting negative outcomes, the brain stays with the simple facts that exist right now. This shift immediately lowers the emotional intensity attached to the situation. Another benefit of this practice is that it strengthens mental clarity. When the mind stops exaggerating problems, it becomes easier to see practical solutions. A calm mind is far more capable of solving challenges than a mind overwhelmed by dramatic interpretations. The Stoics believed that many of life's difficulties become manageable once they are stripped down to their basic form. When the mind removes the extra layers of fear, assumption, and prediction, what remains is often something much simpler than expected. Practicing this ritual at night prepares the brain for rest. The mind no longer carries inflated worries into sleep. Instead, each problem is placed in its proper size and context. Some problems may still require attention tomorrow, but they no longer feel overwhelming in the present moment. Over time, this habit trains the brain to respond differently during the day as well. Situations that once triggered immediate stress are now examined more calmly. The mind becomes skilled at recognizing when it is adding unnecessary weight to an event. This quiet discipline gradually changes the emotional tone of everyday life. Challenges still appear, but they no longer dominate the mind with exaggerated intensity. The brain learns that most problems are far smaller than the stories we attach to them. As this nightly ritual becomes natural, the mind begins to feel steadier and more balanced. The day ends with clarity instead of confusion. The mind no longer carries heavy interpretations into the night. And when problems are reduced to their simplest truth, another insight begins to emerge. Many situations that once felt overwhelming become easier to release entirely. Learning how the Stoics shrank the emotional size of problems even further becomes the next step in building a mind that rests in calm understanding. As the mind learns to reduce problems to their smallest truth, something remarkable begins to happen. Situations that once seemed overwhelming start to lose their intensity. The emotional storm that surrounded them begins to settle. Yet the Stoics went even further in their training. They did not stop at simplifying problems. They practiced something even more powerful. They changed the perspective from which those problems were viewed. Perspective has a quiet but enormous influence on the way the mind experiences difficulty. Two people can face the same situation, yet one feels crushed while the other remains calm. The difference often lies not in the situation itself, but in how large the mind allows that situation to appear. The Stoics trained themselves to step back mentally from their problems. Instead of looking at a situation from the narrow viewpoint of the present moment, they expanded their view. When the mind steps back, the emotional size of the problem begins to shrink naturally. One way they practiced this was by remembering the vastness of time. A difficulty that feels enormous today may appear very small when seen from the perspective of weeks, months, or years. The Stoics often asked themselves how important the present problem would be in the future. Many of the situations that cause stress in the moment eventually become small memories that barely cross the mind again. This shift in time perspective immediately softens emotional reactions. When the brain realizes that the problem will not dominate life forever, the sense of urgency begins to fade. The mind understands that the current moment is only one small part of a much larger story. Another Stoic practice involved expanding perspective beyond personal concerns. During the day, the mind can become very focused on individual problems. A disagreement, a mistake, or an inconvenience may feel as if it occupies the entire mental landscape. But when perspective widens, the mind begins to see how small that moment truly is within the larger flow of life. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the world has always been filled with countless events happening at the same time. Every person is living through their own challenges, their own thoughts, and their own journey. Recognizing this wider reality helped him step outside the narrow frame of personal frustration. This broader view reduces the emotional weight attached to individual problems. The mind no longer treats each situation as if it were the center of the universe. Instead, it becomes one small event among many. The Stoics also practiced viewing situations through the lens of nature. They observed that change, difficulty, and uncertainty are normal parts of life. Just as the seasons change and the weather shifts unexpectedly, human life also contains moments of challenge. When the mind accepts this natural rhythm, problems feel less like personal attacks and more like ordinary events that arise within the flow of existence. This understanding helps the brain stop resisting every difficulty as if it were something unnatural. Resistance often increases emotional tension because the mind believes things should always unfold smoothly. But the Stoics recognized that life contains obstacles by its very nature. When this truth is accepted, the mind becomes more flexible and less disturbed by temporary problems. Another powerful perspective shift comes from recognizing the limits of control. The Stoics constantly reminded themselves that many aspects of life are outside personal control. Other people's opinions, unexpected events, and the unfolding of the future cannot be fully directed. When the mind accepts this boundary clearly, it stops exhausting itself trying to control what cannot be controlled. This acceptance reduces emotional strain because the brain no longer fights against reality. Energy is directed toward what can actually be influenced rather than toward situations that cannot be changed. Over time, these perspective shifts create a powerful transformation in the way the mind experiences problems. Challenges still appear, but they no longer dominate the inner world with the same intensity. The brain becomes skilled at stepping back, observing the larger picture, and recognizing the temporary nature of many difficulties. This ability to widen perspective also brings a sense of humility and patience. The mind begins to see that most problems are part of the natural movement of life rather than personal failures or permanent obstacles. This understanding creates space for calm reflection instead of immediate emotional reaction. As night arrives and the mind settles into stillness, this wider perspective allows the brain to release the day more easily. The problems that once seemed enormous now appear smaller, more manageable, and often less important than they first seemed. And as this calm perspective grows stronger, another quiet realization begins to appear. Many difficulties that trouble the mind are not problems themselves, but reactions created by the mind's resistance to them. Learning how the Stoics practiced accepting imperfection within each day becomes the next step in allowing the mind to rest without carrying unnecessary tension forward. As perspective widens and the emotional size of problems begins to shrink, the mind slowly realizes something very important. Much of the tension carried through the day comes from a quiet expectation that things should have gone differently. The mind often believes the day should have been smoother, people should have behaved differently, and mistakes should not have happened at all. When reality fails to match these expectations, frustration quietly begins to build. The Stoics noticed this pattern long ago. They understood that many people struggle not because life is unbearable, but because they expect it to unfold without flaws. When the day contains delays, misunderstandings, or small mistakes, the mind reacts as if something has gone terribly wrong. But the Stoics approached life with a different understanding. They trained themselves to mentally accept that every day will contain imperfections. This acceptance does not mean becoming passive or careless. The Stoics valued effort and responsibility deeply. They worked hard, made thoughtful decisions, and tried to act with wisdom. But they also recognized that even the most disciplined person cannot create a perfect day. Other people act according to their own thoughts. Circumstances change without warning. Unexpected obstacles appear. Because of this, the Stoics practiced accepting the natural imperfection of each day before it even began. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself in the morning that he would likely encounter impatience, misunderstanding, or difficulty. By preparing the mind for this reality, he prevented surprise from turning into frustration later. This preparation created a powerful mental advantage. When something imperfect happened during the day, it no longer felt like a personal attack or a shocking failure. It simply felt like part of the normal rhythm of life. The mind remained steady because it had already accepted that not everything would unfold smoothly. At night, this same attitude became an important part of preparing the mind for rest. When the day was reviewed, the Stoics did not expect to see a flawless record of actions and decisions. Instead, they calmly acknowledged that imperfections were part of the experience. Perhaps patience could have been stronger during a conversation. Perhaps a task was not completed as well as intended. Perhaps a reaction came too quickly. The Stoic response to these moments was not harsh self-criticism. Instead, the mind simply recognized the imperfection, understood the lesson it offered, and allowed the moment to pass. This discipline protects the mind from a dangerous habit known as perfectionism. When the brain believes that every action must be flawless, even small mistakes begin to feel overwhelming. The mind starts carrying guilt and frustration long after the moment has passed. But when imperfection is accepted as part of human experience, mistakes become teachers rather than burdens. The Stoics believed that improvement comes through steady learning, not through demanding perfection from oneself. Each day offers opportunities to grow wiser, but growth requires patience with the process. No one becomes calm, wise, or disciplined overnight. Accepting imperfection also softens the way the mind views others. During the day, people will say things that seem careless. They will make mistakes of their own. They will misunderstand situations or act from their own worries and emotions. When the mind expects perfection from others, disappointment becomes constant. But when imperfection is accepted as part of human nature, compassion grows more easily. This quiet understanding removes a large amount of hidden tension. The mind no longer carries the expectation that every interaction must be ideal. Instead, it approaches people and situations with patience and flexibility. Another benefit of this discipline is that it allows the day to end peacefully. Without this acceptance, the mind may lie awake, replaying moments that feel unfinished or flawed. It tries to correct them mentally or criticize itself for not doing better. But when imperfection is accepted, The mind no longer feels the need to fight against what has already happened. The lesson has been seen, the experience has been acknowledged. The moment has served its purpose. The mind can release it. Over time, this practice creates a gentler relationship with oneself. The mind becomes less harsh and more balanced. Effort continues, learning continues, but the heavy pressure of perfection disappears. As the evening grows quieter and the body begins to relax, this acceptance allows the mind to settle more deeply. The day did not need to be perfect in order to be complete. It only needed to be lived. And as this calm acceptance strengthens, the mind becomes ready for another quiet shift in perspective. Many tensions that remain are connected to the desire to win arguments or prove a point. Learning how the Stoics release the need to have the final word becomes the next step in allowing the mind to rest in deeper peace. As the mind becomes more comfortable accepting the imperfections of the day, another quiet source of tension begins to reveal itself. Even after the events of the day have passed, the mind sometimes continues arguing with them. A conversation reappears in memory. Words that were said begin echoing again. The mind starts constructing new responses, sharper explanations, or stronger defenses. It quietly tries to return to the moment and deliver the perfect final sentence that would have proven a point or corrected the situation. This habit is deeply human. The mind wants resolution. It wants to feel understood, respected, and justified. When a conversation ends without that feeling, the brain sometimes keeps working long after the discussion has finished. It replays the moment as if there is still a chance to win the argument or explain the truth more clearly. The Stoics recognized how exhausting this habit can become. They saw that many people carry entire debates inside their thoughts for hours or even days. These silent arguments consume energy that could otherwise be used for calm reflection and rest. Because of this, they practiced a quiet discipline that may seem unusual at first. They trained themselves to release the need to have the final word. This practice does not mean accepting injustice or refusing to speak up when something important needs to be said. The Stoics valued honesty and courage, but they also understood that once a conversation has ended, continuing the argument inside the mind serves no useful purpose. When the mind keeps searching for the perfect reply after the moment has passed, it is usually trying to protect pride. The brain wants to feel that it has defended itself completely. Yet the Stoics believed that inner peace is often found by recognizing that not every conversation must end with personal victory. Sometimes a discussion ends without full agreement. Sometimes another person walks away with a different opinion. The Stoics accepted that this is part of human interaction. Each person sees the world through their own experiences and beliefs. Trying to control another person's final understanding is rarely possible. By releasing the need to deliver the final word, the mind becomes lighter. The inner debate fades because the brain no longer treats the conversation as unfinished. The moment has passed, and the mind allows it to remain where it belongs. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the opinions of others do not define his character. What mattered most was acting with wisdom and integrity during the moment itself. Once the moment ended, the mind did not need to keep defending that action internally. This perspective changes the way the brain processes conflict. Instead of continuing a silent argument long after the discussion has ended, the mind calmly accepts that the conversation reached its natural conclusion. Even if the outcome was not perfect, the moment is complete. Another benefit of this practice is that it reduces emotional attachment to winning arguments. When the mind constantly seeks the last word, it becomes focused on proving itself right rather than understanding the situation. This can create unnecessary tension in relationships and within the mind itself. The Stoics believed that wisdom is often quieter than pride. Sometimes the most powerful response is simply allowing the conversation to end without continuing the struggle internally. This choice protects inner peace and prevents the mind from carrying unnecessary conflict into the night. Releasing the need for the final word also strengthens humility. It reminds the mind that no one possesses perfect understanding. Every person is learning, growing, and adjusting their views over time. Accepting this reality makes conversations feel less like battles and more like exchanges of perspective. As the mind practices this discipline, something interesting begins to happen. Conversations no longer follow the mind into the night the way they once did. The brain recognizes when a moment has ended and allows it to remain in the past without reopening the debate. The quiet space created by this release allows the nervous system to relax more deeply. The body no longer carries the tension of arguments that are still happening internally. The mind becomes still because it no longer feels the need to defend or correct what has already passed. And once the mind stops arguing with past conversations, another layer of calm begins to unfold. The inner world grows quieter, and thoughts no longer compete so loudly for attention. In this quiet space, the mind becomes ready for another gentle practice the Stoics valued deeply, learning how to observe thoughts without constantly trying to correct or control them. As the mind learns to release the need for the final word, a deeper quiet begins to take shape inside. The inner debates that once followed conversations into the night slowly begin to fade. The mind no longer feels the need to keep defending itself long after the moment has passed. Yet another discovery begins to appear in this growing stillness. Much of the tension people carry does not come only from conversations or events, but from the mind quietly arguing with reality itself. During the day, countless situations unfold that do not match what the mind expected. Plans change. People behave differently than hoped. Circumstances move in directions that cannot be controlled. When this happens, the mind often reacts by resisting what has already occurred. It silently insists that things should have been different, that someone should have acted better, that a moment should not have unfolded the way it did. This quiet resistance may not always be obvious, but it creates a constant friction inside the mind. Reality has already moved forward, yet the mind keeps pulling backward, trying to reshape what cannot be reshaped. The Stoics believed that this inner argument is one of the greatest sources of human unrest. For them, peace did not come from controlling every situation in life. They understood that life contains many events beyond personal control. Instead, peace began when the mind stopped fighting what had already happened. This idea may sound simple, but it requires a powerful shift in thinking. The mind is used to reacting quickly when things go wrong. It labels situations as unfair, frustrating, or disappointing. These judgments create emotional waves that can last far longer than the event itself. The Stoics trained themselves to pause before adding those reactions. When something unexpected happened, they reminded themselves of a simple truth. Reality has already chosen its path. Arguing with it will not change the event. The only choice left is how the mind responds. This recognition removes a large amount of unnecessary struggle. When the mind stops insisting that reality should be different, a quiet form of acceptance begins to grow. This acceptance is not weakness. It does not mean giving up on improvement or effort. It simply means recognizing that the present moment cannot be undone. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on this idea in his personal writings. He reminded himself that the events of life unfold according to a larger order of causes and conditions. People act according to their own understanding. Circumstances shift according to forces beyond anyone's control. When the mind accepts this movement of life, it stops treating every difficulty as a personal attack. Another reason this practice creates peace is because resistance consumes energy. When the mind argues with reality, it keeps replaying the moment again and again. It searches for ways the event could have been avoided or corrected. But these thoughts do not lead anywhere useful. They only keep the mind trapped in frustration. Acceptance, on the other hand, frees the mind to move forward. Once the mind stops resisting what has already happened, attention becomes available again. The brain can begin asking a more helpful question. Given that this moment has already occurred, what is the wisest response now? This shift changes the direction of the mind completely. Instead of fighting the past, the mind focuses on the present. Energy is no longer wasted on situations that cannot be changed. Over time, this practice also strengthens emotional stability. When the mind accepts reality more quickly, emotional reactions become shorter and less intense. Difficult situations still appear, but they no longer dominate the inner world the way they once did. The Stoics believed that much of human suffering comes not from events themselves, but from the stories the mind tells about those events. When those stories begin with resistance, they grow heavy and dramatic. But when the mind accepts the situation as part of life's unfolding movement, the story becomes much lighter. As evening arrives and the mind prepares for rest, this acceptance becomes especially powerful. The events of the day no longer need to be argued with or corrected. They are simply moments that occurred and then passed. When the mind stops resisting reality, it discovers something surprising. Beneath the struggle, there has always been a quiet calm waiting to appear. The present moment becomes easier to inhabit because the mind is no longer fighting it. And from this calm place, another gentle skill begins to emerge. The mind becomes capable of watching its own thoughts without immediately trying to change or control them. This quiet observation becomes the next step in allowing the inner world to settle into deeper stillness. As the mind begins to stop arguing with reality, something inside becomes noticeably lighter. The inner resistance that once tightened every difficult moment slowly loosens. Events are no longer treated like enemies that must be defeated, but like passing experiences that the mind can witness without constant struggle. In this calmer space, another quiet Stoic practice becomes possible. The mind learns how to observe itself without constantly trying to correct what it sees. Most people spend their entire lives trying to control every thought that appears in their mind. When a negative thought arises, the immediate reaction is to push it away. When a worry appears, the mind tries to solve it instantly. When an uncomfortable memory returns, the brain rushes to replace it with something else. This constant effort to correct the mind can quietly create more tension than the thoughts themselves. The Stoics discovered something surprising about the nature of thoughts. Thoughts lose much of their power when they are simply observed instead of fought against. Trying to force the mind into silence often produces the opposite effect. The more the mind struggles to control its thoughts, the more active those thoughts become. Because of this, the Stoics practiced watching the mind the same way a calm observer watches waves moving across water. They allowed thoughts to appear without immediately trying to fix or remove them. This practice created distance between the thinker and the thought. When the mind observes itself in this way, it begins to notice something important. Thoughts arise automatically. They appear without permission and disappear without effort. The mind does not need to manufacture them, and it does not need to destroy them. They simply move through awareness like temporary visitors. This realization weakens the habit of reacting to every thought as if it were an urgent message. Many thoughts that once triggered anxiety are revealed to be simple mental events passing through the mind. When they are not resisted or corrected, they fade naturally. Observing the mind without correcting it also helps reduce the habit of judging thoughts. Many people feel disturbed not only by their thoughts, but by the belief that they should not be having those thoughts in the first place. The Stoics understood that judging the mind only creates another layer of disturbance. Instead of criticizing themselves for certain thoughts, they simply noticed them. A thought appears. It is recognized. Then it is allowed to pass. This quiet acceptance removes the emotional tension that comes from trying to control every mental movement. Another benefit of this practice is that it reveals how temporary most thoughts truly are. When the mind stops interfering with them, it becomes clear that thoughts rarely last very long. They rise, remain for a brief moment, and then dissolve. The mind does not need to push them away because their natural movement already carries them out of awareness. This observation creates a sense of freedom inside the mind. Instead of feeling trapped inside every thought, the mind becomes the space in which thoughts come and go. The thinker is no longer identical with the thought itself. The Stoics practiced this awareness often because it strengthened emotional balance. When the mind observes thoughts calmly, emotional reactions become less intense. Worries that once created long chains of thinking now dissolve before they can grow. This practice also encourages patience with the mind. Not every thought needs immediate attention. Some thoughts are simply echoes of the day, fragments of memory, or small predictions that hold no real importance. Observing them without correcting them allows the mind to remain steady. Over time, this quiet watching becomes easier. The mind learns that it does not need to intervene every time something appears in consciousness. Thoughts are allowed to pass through like clouds drifting across the sky. As evening deepens and the mind grows calmer, this practice becomes especially powerful. The brain begins to slow its activity naturally when thoughts are not constantly challenged or corrected. The nervous system relaxes because the mind is no longer locked in a struggle with itself. And as this quiet observation continues, another layer of calm begins to unfold. The mind starts to notice that many emotional disturbances come not from thoughts themselves, but from the attachment we develop toward them. Learning how the Stoics practiced detachment from these emotional currents becomes the next step in allowing the mind to settle into deeper peace. As the mind becomes more comfortable observing thoughts without constantly correcting them, a new awareness begins to grow. Thoughts continue to appear, but they no longer create the same urgency they once did. The mind can watch them come and go without feeling pulled into every direction. Yet beneath many of these thoughts, there is something even more powerful than the thought itself. There is emotion, a feeling of irritation, worry, pride, fear, or excitement can attach itself to a thought, and suddenly the mind is no longer observing. It is reacting. The Stoics understood that emotional noise often comes from attachment. When the mind becomes attached to a thought, an opinion, or a desired outcome, the emotional reaction becomes stronger. The mind begins defending the thought, protecting the expectation, or fearing the loss of what it wants. This attachment creates a constant background noise that makes the mind restless. To quiet this noise, the Stoics practiced detachment. This does not mean becoming cold or indifferent to life. They were not trying to remove all emotion from the human experience. Instead, they were training the mind to experience thoughts and feelings without becoming completely controlled by them. Detachment begins with recognizing that emotions often arise automatically. A situation happens and the body produces a reaction before the mind has time to think about it. A sudden disappointment may trigger frustration. A criticism may create defensiveness. The Stoics did not try to stop this initial reaction. They accepted that emotions are part of human nature. What they practiced instead was creating a small space between the emotion and the response. In that space, the mind could observe the feeling without immediately acting on it. The emotion was allowed to exist, but it was not allowed to take control of the mind. This small pause has a powerful effect on the brain. When the mind steps back from the emotion instead of feeding it, the intensity begins to fade. Emotional reactions often grow stronger when the mind keeps repeating the story connected to them. But when the mind observes the emotion quietly, it moves through the system much faster. The Stoics often reminded themselves that emotions are temporary movements inside the mind. They rise, they stay for a moment, and then they fade away. When the mind becomes attached to the emotion, it holds the feeling in place. But when the mind practices detachment, the emotional wave completes its natural cycle. This practice also reduces the habit of identifying with every emotion that appears. Many people believe that if they feel anger, then they must act from anger. If they feel fear, then the fear must guide their decisions. The Stoics believed that emotions are signals, not commands. Detachment allows the mind to notice the signal without automatically obeying it. The feeling is recognized, but the mind remains steady. This steady awareness prevents emotional noise from dominating the inner world. Another important part of Stoic detachment involves expectations. Many emotional disturbances arise when reality does not match what the mind hoped for. A plan changes, someone reacts differently than expected, or circumstances shift unexpectedly. When the mind becomes strongly attached to a specific outcome, disappointment becomes louder. The Stoics trained themselves to hold expectations more lightly. They worked toward goals and made thoughtful plans, but they also accepted that the final result was not entirely under their control. By releasing the need for a perfect outcome, the emotional pressure attached to those outcomes became much smaller. Over time, this practice creates a quieter relationship with emotions. Feelings still appear, but they no longer dominate the mind. The brain becomes less reactive and more balanced. Emotional noise fades because the mind is no longer feeding every reaction with additional attention. This quiet detachment also helps the mind remain clear in difficult situations. When emotional noise decreases, the mind can see events more accurately. Decisions become calmer and more thoughtful because they are no longer driven by intense emotional waves. As night approaches and the mind settles, this detachment becomes even more valuable. The brain no longer carries the emotional echoes of the day into the quiet hours. Feelings that once lingered now pass through more easily. And as emotional noise continues to fade, the mind begins to notice another source of disturbance that often hides beneath daily life. Many tensions arise not only from strong emotions, but from the quiet pressure of social judgment and the opinions of others. Learning how the Stoics release the weight of those judgments becomes the next step toward deeper inner calm. As emotional noise begins to quiet through the practice of detachment, the mind slowly becomes more spacious. Thoughts still appear, feelings still move through the body, but they no longer dominate the inner world the way they once did. Yet, beneath many of these disturbances, there is another subtle source of tension that often follows people into the night. It is the quiet weight of social judgment, the memory of how others may have perceived us during the day. The mind begins replaying small moments, wondering how something sounded, how it looked, or what someone might now think. This habit is deeply rooted in human nature. For thousands of years, survival depended on belonging to a group. Being accepted meant safety, cooperation, and protection. Because of this, the human brain became extremely sensitive to the opinions of others. Even today, a simple look of disapproval or a misunderstood comment can stay in the mind far longer than the event itself. The Stoics understood this tendency well. They saw how easily the mind can become trapped in imagined judgments. A person may spend hours wondering if they spoke correctly, if someone felt offended, or if their actions were interpreted the wrong way. The brain quietly creates an audience inside the mind and begins performing for it again and again. To protect their inner peace, the Stoics developed a habit of releasing social judgments before sleep. They reminded themselves that the opinions of others belong to those who hold them. Once a moment has passed, there is little value in repeatedly analyzing how it might have appeared to someone else. This practice begins with recognizing that much of the judgment we fear may not even exist. The mind often imagines reactions that were never actually present. A brief silence in a conversation becomes proof of disapproval. A neutral expression becomes a sign of criticism. The brain fills in these gaps with assumptions, and those assumptions create unnecessary worry. The Stoics trained themselves to question this habit. They asked whether the judgment they feared was real or simply imagined. Many times the mind discovers that it has been reacting to its own story rather than to an actual opinion. Even when someone truly does hold a negative judgment, the Stoics believed it was important to remember something simple. Every person forms opinions according to their own experiences, beliefs, and emotions. Those judgments reflect their perspective, not necessarily the truth of the situation. When the mind accepts this, it becomes easier to release the need to control how others see us. No person can shape every opinion formed about them. Trying to do so only creates endless tension. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that people's judgments are temporary and constantly changing. Someone may approve today and criticize tomorrow. Because these opinions shift so easily, attaching personal peace to them creates an unstable foundation for happiness. Instead, the Stoics focused on something much more stable. They focused on their own actions and intentions. If a person acted with honesty, fairness, and patience, then the judgment of others became less important. The mind could rest knowing that it had done its best within the moment. Before sleep, this perspective becomes especially valuable. When the day is over, there is no benefit in continuing to perform for imagined audiences in the mind. The moment has passed, and the opinions of others will follow their own path. Releasing social judgment allows the brain to return to something quieter and more reliable. It returns attention to personal character rather than public approval. This shift removes a large amount of invisible pressure from the mind. Another benefit of this practice is that it strengthens independence of thought. When the mind constantly seeks approval, it begins shaping decisions around the expectations of others. But when social judgment is released, the mind becomes freer to act according to reason and personal values. Over time, the brain becomes less sensitive to imagined criticism. Conversations from the day no longer replay with the same intensity. The mind stops trying to predict what others might think or say. This quiet release creates a sense of relief that many people rarely experience. The inner world no longer feels crowded with invisible observers. The mind becomes a private space again, and as the pressure of social judgment fades, the mind discovers an even deeper calm. Without the constant need to impress or defend, thoughts begin to slow naturally. The inner world becomes more open and uncluttered. Learning how the Stoics created this spacious mental state becomes the next step in allowing the mind to settle into deeper stillness before sleep. As the pressure of social judgment slowly fades from the mind, a surprising sense of relief begins to appear. The inner world no longer feels crowded with imagined opinions or invisible expectations. Thoughts begin to slow down. The mind becomes quieter, and for the first time in a long while, there is space inside it. Yet many people are not used to this feeling of openness. The mind has spent so much time filled with noise that silence can feel unfamiliar. This is where another Stoic discipline begins to unfold. It is the practice of allowing the mind to become spacious and uncluttered. Most people move through their day carrying far more mental weight than they realize. Thoughts about the past, predictions about the future, worries about what others think, and plans for tomorrow all compete for attention at the same time. The mind becomes like a crowded room where too many voices are speaking at once. Each thought demands to be heard, and the brain tries to follow every conversation. The Stoics recognized that this constant mental crowding drains energy and disturbs inner peace. They understood that clarity requires space. Just as a room becomes easier to move through when unnecessary objects are removed, the mind becomes calmer when it is no longer filled with endless mental clutter. Allowing the mind to become spacious does not mean forcing thoughts to disappear. The Stoics did not try to empty the mind by struggling against it. Instead, they practiced letting unnecessary thoughts pass without holding on to them. When a thought arrived that served no useful purpose, they simply allowed it to move on. This small shift changes the entire atmosphere of the mind. Instead of reacting to every thought, the brain begins to recognize which thoughts deserve attention and which can simply drift away. Many thoughts that once felt important reveal themselves to be temporary distractions. Another important part of creating mental space involves releasing the habit of constant planning. During the day, the mind often jumps ahead into the future, trying to organize every possible detail of tomorrow. While planning has its place, endless planning keeps the mind trapped in activity even when rest is needed. The Stoics believed that the evening was a time to return to the present moment rather than extending the day into the future. Once the essential tasks had been acknowledged, there was no need to continue organizing the next day repeatedly in the mind. Tomorrow would arrive on its own. By gently releasing these unnecessary plans, the mind becomes quieter. The brain no longer feels responsible for controlling every upcoming moment. This creates the feeling of spaciousness that allows the nervous system to relax. Mental clutter also appears when the mind keeps returning to small concerns that have little real importance. A minor inconvenience during the day, a brief misunderstanding, or a small delay can stay in the mind far longer than it deserves. The Stoics practiced noticing when the mind was holding on to something trivial and simply letting it go. This habit gradually teaches the brain that not every thought needs to be stored or analyzed. Many experiences are meant to pass through awareness without leaving a lasting mark. Another benefit of this spaciousness is that it strengthens mental clarity. When the mind is not crowded with constant thoughts, it becomes easier to see situations accurately. The brain begins to recognize what truly matters and what can safely be released. This clarity often brings a sense of calm that feels natural rather than forced. The mind is no longer working overtime to manage endless internal conversations. Instead, it rests in a quieter state where awareness remains present but relaxed. The Stoics valued this spaciousness because it created the conditions for wisdom to grow. When the mind is cluttered, deeper understanding becomes difficult. But when the mind is open and calm, insight appears more easily. As night settles in and the world grows still, this uncluttered state becomes especially powerful. The brain begins to slow its activity naturally because it is no longer filled with competing thoughts. The body senses this quiet and responds by relaxing more deeply. Breathing becomes slower, the muscles soften, the mind rests in a gentle openness, and as this spacious calm continues to deepen, another Stoic insight begins to emerge. Many of the thoughts that once disturbed the mind can be placed at a proper distance instead of being held too close. Learning how to create that mental distance becomes the next step in allowing the mind to settle into deeper peace. As the mind becomes more spacious and uncluttered, a gentle clarity begins to settle in. Thoughts still appear, but they no longer pile on top of each other the way they once did. The inner world begins to breathe again. Yet, even within this calmer space, certain memories or events sometimes feel closer than they should. A small moment from the day can suddenly feel large simply because the mind is holding it too tightly. The Stoics understood this well. They realized that many disturbances happen not because of the event itself, but because the mind places that event too close to the center of attention. When something happens during the day, the mind often pulls it inward and examines it from every angle. The brain studies it, questions it, and measures its meaning repeatedly. This habit gives the event a kind of emotional magnification. What may have been a small occurrence becomes a dominant presence in the mind simply because it is being held so close. The Stoics practiced a simple but powerful technique to prevent this magnification. They mentally placed events at the proper distance. Instead of holding every moment tightly in the center of their thoughts, they stepped back and allowed the event to exist within a wider view of life. This mental movement is subtle but powerful. When the mind steps back from an event, it becomes easier to see it in proportion. A disagreement, a mistake, or a small frustration becomes one moment among many rather than the defining feature of the entire day. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to view situations as part of a larger flow of life. He would mentally step outside the moment and observe it from a wider perspective. This practice allowed him to see that most situations were far smaller than they first appeared when the mind was standing directly inside them. Placing events at the proper distance also reduces emotional intensity. When the mind holds a moment too close, emotions grow stronger because the brain treats the event as immediate and urgent. But when the mind steps back, the emotional reaction begins to soften. The situation becomes something that happened rather than something that is still happening. This shift helps the brain move from reaction to understanding. Instead of feeling trapped inside the moment, the mind becomes the observer of the moment. From that position, the event loses much of its power. The Stoics practiced this distancing in many ways. Sometimes they would imagine viewing the situation from the perspective of time. How would this event look a year from now, or 10 years from now? Often the mind quickly realizes that what feels heavy today will likely become a small memory in the future. They also practiced viewing events as part of the natural rhythm of human life. Every person experiences moments of difficulty, misunderstanding, and uncertainty. Recognizing that these experiences are universal helps the mind stop treating them as unique personal burdens. Another important part of this technique involves separating identity from events. Many people allow a single moment to define how they see themselves. A mistake becomes proof of failure. A disagreement becomes evidence of weakness. The Stoics rejected this habit. They understood that one event cannot define a person's character. By placing events at a proper distance, the mind prevents temporary moments from shaping permanent self-judgments. The situation becomes an experience rather than a label. This mental distance also protects the mind from exaggeration. When something unpleasant happens, the brain sometimes begins connecting it to other concerns, building a chain of worry. One small event suddenly becomes linked to fears about the future. But when the mind steps back, it can see that the event stands alone. It does not need to carry additional meaning. Over time, this practice creates a sense of emotional balance. Events are still noticed and understood, but they no longer dominate the mind's attention. The brain learns that most situations deserve a calm response rather than intense emotional focus. As evening deepens and the mind prepares for rest, this technique becomes especially valuable. Moments from the day no longer crowd the inner world. They exist at a natural distance where they can be seen clearly without creating disturbance. The mind begins to feel lighter because it is no longer holding every experience at the center of attention. Each event is placed where it belongs within the larger flow of life. And as this quiet distance continues to grow, another realization begins to emerge. Many disturbances do not come from events themselves, but from the mind's habit of anticipating problems that have not yet happened. Learning how the Stoics trained the mind to stop anticipating tomorrow's difficulties becomes the next step in allowing the inner world to settle into deeper calm. As events from the day begin to rest at a proper distance in the mind, the inner world becomes noticeably calmer. Moments that once felt overwhelming now appear smaller and more manageable when seen from a wider perspective. Yet even when the past settles, the mind often turns its attention in another direction. It begins traveling forward into tomorrow. The brain starts predicting possible problems, imagining difficult conversations, or preparing for situations that have not yet happened. This habit can quietly disturb the peace of the night. The Stoics understood that the human mind is naturally inclined to anticipate the future. It tries to prepare for danger by imagining what might go wrong. In ancient times, this instinct helped people survive. But in modern life, this same instinct often creates unnecessary stress. The mind begins constructing scenarios that may never happen, yet the body reacts to them as if they were real. A simple thought about tomorrow can quickly become a chain of worries. The mind may begin with a small concern about a meeting, a responsibility, or an uncertain outcome. Within minutes, the brain has built an entire story about how the situation could unfold badly. The heart tightens, the muscles tense, and sleep becomes more difficult because the mind believes it must remain alert. The Stoics practiced training the brain to recognize when this pattern was beginning. Instead of allowing the mind to travel endlessly into imagined futures, they brought their attention back to the present moment. They reminded themselves that tomorrow does not yet exist. It is a possibility, not a reality. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about this idea. He reminded himself that the mind should focus only on the present task or moment. The future would arrive in its own time, and when it did, the mind would be capable of responding to it. Preparing for problems that had not yet appeared was simply exhausting the mind without solving anything. One of the ways the Stoics trained their thinking was by asking a simple question whenever the mind began predicting difficulties. Is this problem happening right now, or is it only a possibility in the future? Most of the time, the answer was clear. The problem existed only in imagination. When the mind recognizes this difference, the emotional intensity quickly begins to fade. The brain realizes it has been reacting to something that has not yet occurred. By returning attention to the present moment, the nervous system relaxes because there is no immediate threat. The Stoics also understood that the future is influenced by many factors beyond personal control. Other people's actions, changing circumstances, and unexpected events all shape what tomorrow will look like. Because of this, predicting every detail of the future is impossible. Trying to control it completely only creates frustration. Instead of attempting to control the future through endless anticipation, the Stoics focused on strengthening their ability to respond wisely when the future actually arrived. They believed that a calm and prepared mind would naturally handle whatever situation appeared. This perspective reduces the pressure to solve tomorrow's problems tonight. The brain learns that its job in the present moment is simply to rest and recover. When tomorrow arrives, the mind will meet it with fresh energy and clearer thinking. Another helpful Stoic habit involved trusting the skills and values that had already been developed. When a person practices patience, reason, and self-discipline regularly, those qualities do not disappear overnight. They remain available when new situations arise. This trust helps the mind relax instead of constantly preparing for every possible difficulty. Over time, the brain begins to understand that most anticipated problems never become reality. The mind slowly releases the habit of predicting negative outcomes because it sees that these predictions rarely come true. As this training deepens, the night becomes quieter. The mind no longer runs ahead into tomorrow, searching for threats that may never appear. Instead, it remains in the calm space of the present moment, where nothing needs to be solved right now. This quiet confidence creates a deeper sense of stability. The mind trusts that whatever tomorrow brings can be handled when the moment arrives. And once the brain stops chasing the future in restless anticipation, another gentle realization begins to appear. The mind can now fully close the door on the day that has already passed. Learning how the Stoics practiced mentally closing the door on each day becomes the next step toward entering a deeper state of rest. As the mind learns to stop anticipating tomorrow's problems, a quiet stability begins to settle inside. The brain no longer races ahead, trying to solve situations that have not yet appeared. The future is allowed to remain where it belongs, in tomorrow. Yet one final step remains before the mind can fully enter the calm of the night. Even when the past has softened and the future has been released, the day itself can still feel open, as if its door has not completely closed. Thoughts about small moments, unfinished feelings, or lingering impressions may still drift quietly through the mind. The Stoics understood that the mind benefits from a clear sense of completion. Just as a worker finishes a task and puts away their tools, the mind also needs a moment to recognize that the day has ended. Without this signal, the brain may continue carrying pieces of the day forward as if the work is not yet finished. Because of this, the Stoics practiced something very simple but powerful. They mentally closed the door on the day. This practice was not dramatic or complicated. It was simply a conscious recognition that the day had reached its natural end. Every action that could be taken today had already been taken. Every conversation that occurred had already unfolded. Every decision that belonged to this day had already been made. The mind quietly acknowledged this truth and allowed the day to become complete. Many people unknowingly carry the day with them long after it has finished. The body lies in bed, but the mind continues organizing, correcting, and reviewing events as if the day were still active. This happens because the brain has not received a clear signal that the period of action has ended. The Stoics provided this signal through awareness. As evening arrived, they gently reviewed the day and then allowed it to close. They did not keep reopening it once it had been acknowledged. The day was finished, and the mind was free to rest. This practice also protects the mind from a habit known as endless review. Without closure, the brain may continue analyzing small details from the day, searching for ways things could have gone differently. But once the door is mentally closed, the mind understands that this period of life has already passed. The Stoics compared this to the natural rhythm of life itself. Each day begins, unfolds, and eventually comes to an end. Trying to keep it open forever only prevents the mind from experiencing the peace of the present moment. Mentally closing the door on the day also strengthens emotional balance. When the mind recognizes that the day has ended, it becomes easier to release lingering emotions connected to it. Frustrations, disappointments, and small concerns no longer feel active because the moment that produced them has already passed. Another quiet benefit appears as well. This practice teaches the mind to respect the boundary between action and rest. During the day, the brain is active, focused, and engaged with the world. But night is a time for restoration. The mind needs this period of quiet in order to recover its clarity. By closing the door on the day, the brain receives permission to stop working. The nervous system begins shifting into a calmer state because it understands that the responsibilities of the day are complete. Over time, this simple discipline becomes a powerful habit. Each evening becomes a natural transition from activity into stillness. The mind no longer carries the noise of the day forward into the night. Instead, the day is gently placed behind you where it belongs. It becomes part of your past, a completed chapter that no longer needs attention. As this practice deepens, the mind becomes more comfortable resting in the present moment. The past has been acknowledged and released. The future has not yet arrived. What remains is the quiet space of now. And within this space, another important Stoic insight begins to appear. Many emotional disturbances from the day leave small traces in the mind that can quietly linger if they are not noticed. Learning how the Stoics dissolved this emotional residue becomes the next step in allowing the mind to enter deeper and more peaceful rest. As the mind gently closes the door on the day, a quiet sense of completion begins to appear. The responsibilities of the day no longer demand attention. The past has been acknowledged and placed where it belongs. Yet even after the day is closed, certain memories may still return softly in the background. Among these memories, regret is one of the emotions that can linger the longest. A small mistake, a missed opportunity, or a moment that could have been handled differently may quietly rise again in the mind. The Stoics understood that regret is a natural human response. When the mind recognizes that a better choice could have been made, it naturally feels a sense of discomfort. This discomfort can be useful when it leads to learning and improvement. But when regret continues repeating itself long after the lesson has already been understood, it stops being helpful and becomes a burden. Because of this, the Stoics practiced transforming regret into something much lighter. Instead of carrying regret as an emotional wound, they trained the mind to turn it into a neutral memory. This transformation begins with recognizing the difference between learning and self-punishment. When a mistake happens, the mind can observe it calmly and understand what could be done differently in the future. This reflection is valuable because it strengthens wisdom. But once the lesson has been taken, continuing to replay the mistake does not create further growth. The Stoics believed that the purpose of reflection is to extract understanding, not to keep reliving the pain of the moment. Once the mind has clearly seen the lesson, the emotional charge connected to that memory can be released. One way they practiced this was by separating the event from the identity of the person. Many people treat a mistake as proof that something is wrong with them personally. The mind says, "I made a mistake, therefore I am a failure." This connection makes regret much heavier. The Stoics rejected this idea. They believed that mistakes are part of being human. Every person is learning through experience. A single moment does not define a person's character. It is simply one step in a much longer journey of growth. When the mind sees the mistake as an event rather than a personal label, the emotional weight begins to soften. The memory becomes something that happened rather than something that defines who you are. Another helpful Stoic habit involved viewing mistakes as teachers rather than enemies. When a person makes a mistake, the mind naturally gains information about how to act more wisely next time. This knowledge is valuable. It improves judgment and strengthens awareness. By recognizing this benefit, the mind begins to appreciate the lesson contained within the experience. The regret transforms into understanding. What once felt like a painful memory becomes a useful piece of wisdom. Over time, the brain learns that regret does not need to stay attached to the memory forever. The memory itself can remain, but the emotional pain connected to it can fade. This is what the Stoics meant by turning regret into neutral memory. The event becomes part of personal history, but it no longer disturbs the mind each time it is remembered. It sits quietly in the background, holding its lesson without demanding emotional energy. This practice also helps reduce the fear of making mistakes in the future. When the mind knows that errors will be treated as opportunities for learning rather than reasons for harsh self-judgment, it becomes more confident and balanced. Instead of fearing imperfection, the mind accepts that growth happens through experience. This acceptance removes much of the anxiety that often surrounds difficult decisions. As night deepens and the mind settles further into calm, this transformation becomes especially powerful. Memories that once triggered regret begin to feel lighter. The emotional tension connected to them dissolves because the lesson has already been taken. The mind no longer needs to return to those moments repeatedly. The past remains where it belongs, quietly holding its lessons without disturbing the present. And as regret gradually transforms into neutral memory, the mind becomes even more peaceful. The emotional residue of the day continues to fade. From this calm state, another gentle Stoic practice begins to emerge, learning how to allow thoughts to fade naturally without forcing them away. As regret softens into neutral memory, the mind becomes noticeably lighter. Moments from the past no longer carry the same emotional charge they once did. The lessons remain, but the weight has faded. This quiet transformation creates a new kind of stillness inside the mind. In that stillness, thoughts continue to appear just as they always have, but now they arrive with less urgency, less pressure to be solved or controlled. This is where another gentle Stoic discipline begins to unfold, the practice of allowing thoughts to fade without resistance. Most people have spent their lives trying to control their thoughts. When an unwanted thought appears, the mind immediately tries to push it away. When a worry surfaces, the brain rushes to solve it. When a memory returns, the mind either clings to it or tries to replace it with something else. This constant struggle with thoughts often makes them stronger rather than weaker. The Stoics noticed something very important about the nature of thoughts. Thoughts behave much like waves in water. They rise, they move, and they eventually settle again. But when the mind resists them, the water becomes more turbulent. The struggle itself creates more disturbance. Because of this, the Stoics practiced a different approach. Instead of fighting every thought, they allowed thoughts to appear and pass naturally. They understood that the mind produces thoughts automatically, just as the body produces breath. There is no need to treat every thought as a problem that must be solved. Allowing thoughts to fade without resistance begins with simple awareness. A thought appears in the mind. Perhaps it is a small worry, a memory, or a passing idea. Instead of reacting immediately, the mind simply notices it. The thought is acknowledged, but not followed. This small shift creates a surprising effect. When the mind stops feeding attention into the thought begins to lose its strength. Without resistance or engagement, it slowly fades on its own. Many people are surprised to discover how temporary most thoughts actually are. When they are not chased or pushed away, they tend to dissolve naturally. The mind does not need to remove them because their own movement carries them away. Resistance often strengthens thoughts because it keeps them in the center of attention. When the brain treats a thought as something dangerous or unwanted, it continues monitoring it closely. This monitoring gives the thought more energy. But when the mind allows the thought to exist briefly without reacting, it loses importance. The Stoics understood that peace in the mind does not come from eliminating thoughts. That would be impossible. Peace comes from changing the relationship with them. Thoughts become simple mental events rather than commands that demand action. Another benefit of this discipline is that it reduces mental fatigue. When the mind constantly fights its own thoughts, it uses enormous amounts of energy. Allowing thoughts to fade naturally removes this struggle. The brain can relax because it no longer needs to control every movement inside consciousness. This practice also strengthens patience with the mind itself. Thoughts may still appear that seem uncomfortable or distracting. Instead of judging the mind for having them, the Stoic approach treats them with quiet neutrality. The thought arrived, and now it will leave. Over time, the brain begins to trust this process. Thoughts are no longer treated as threats. They are simply temporary visitors moving through awareness. As evening deepens and the mind grows quieter, this discipline becomes especially helpful. Thoughts slow down naturally when they are not constantly resisted. The nervous system responds by relaxing further, allowing the body to settle into rest. The mind begins to feel open and calm because it is no longer trapped in a struggle with itself. Thoughts drift across awareness like clouds moving through the night sky, appearing briefly and then disappearing again. In this peaceful space, the mind finally experiences what the Stoics valued so deeply: inner stillness. Not a forced silence, but a natural quiet that appears when the mind stops resisting its own movement. And from this quiet stillness, a deeper understanding begins to unfold. The mind slowly realizes that most disturbances were never caused by the thoughts themselves, but by the struggle against them. When that struggle ends, A calm presence remains, ready to carry the mind gently into rest. As the mind learns to allow thoughts to fade without resistance, the inner world begins to feel calmer and more open. Thoughts still move through awareness, but they no longer create the same struggle they once did. The mind slowly realizes that it does not need to fight every idea that appears. This realization opens the door to another quiet Stoic habit that transforms the way a person experiences their inner life. It is the practice of seeing the mind not as a battlefield, but as a landscape. Many people grow up believing that the mind is something that must constantly be controlled. They treat every uncomfortable thought as an enemy that must be defeated. When worry appears, they fight it. When fear appears, they try to force it away. When an unpleasant memory surfaces, they struggle to remove it. Over time, the mind becomes a place of constant conflict. Every thought feels like something that must be conquered. The Stoics observed that this approach creates unnecessary tension. When the mind becomes a battlefield, every thought turns into a potential opponent. The person spends enormous energy trying to win battles that never truly end. One thought disappears, but another soon arrives. The struggle continues without rest. Instead of fighting the mind, the Stoics practiced seeing it as a landscape. A landscape contains many different elements at the same time. There may be calm fields, moving clouds, quiet rivers, and sudden storms. None of these elements remain forever. They appear, move across the landscape, and eventually change again. When the mind is seen in this way, thoughts and emotions begin to feel less threatening. A difficult thought becomes like a cloud passing across the sky. A moment of sadness becomes like a brief rain shower. These experiences are noticed, but they are not treated as enemies. This shift in perspective removes a large amount of inner conflict. The mind no longer needs to fight itself. Instead, it becomes a space where experiences move naturally. The Stoics understood that every human mind contains a wide range of thoughts and emotions. Some moments bring calm and clarity. Other moments bring confusion or discomfort. But none of these states define the entire landscape of the mind. When a person believes that every unpleasant thought must be removed immediately, they become frustrated when those thoughts appear again. But when the mind is viewed as a landscape, the appearance of different thoughts becomes part of its natural movement. This perspective also encourages patience with the mind. Just as weather changes gradually in nature, the inner state of the mind also shifts over time. A period of tension may slowly give way to calm. A moment of worry may dissolve into quiet reflection. These changes happen more easily when the mind is not constantly resisting them. Another benefit of this habit is that it reduces fear of difficult emotions. Many people become anxious the moment they feel sadness, anger, or uncertainty. They worry that these emotions will take over their entire mind. But when the mind is understood as a landscape, these emotions become temporary features rather than permanent conditions. A storm may pass through the landscape, but the sky eventually clears again. The same is true within the mind. Emotional weather moves across awareness without lasting forever. The Stoics practiced returning to this wider view whenever the mind began to feel crowded or tense. Instead of focusing on a single thought or emotion, they stepped back and observed the entire inner landscape. This simple shift created distance from whatever disturbance was present. When the mind is seen in this broader way, the person is no longer trapped inside the experience. They become the observer of the landscape rather than a soldier fighting inside the battle. Over time, This habit changes the relationship between the person and their thoughts. Thoughts no longer feel like commands that must be followed. They become natural movements within the wider space of awareness. As night settles and the mind grows quiet, this spacious view becomes especially calming. The inner world feels wide and open rather than crowded with struggle. Thoughts drift across awareness gently, without demanding attention. The mind rests within its own landscape, allowing everything to move naturally without resistance. And as this peaceful view of the mind continues to deepen, another Stoic insight begins to emerge. Many disturbances that once felt overwhelming can be softened simply by releasing the need to control other people and their actions. Learning how the Stoics practiced letting go of control over others becomes the next step in allowing the mind to settle into even deeper calm. As the mind begins to see itself as a landscape rather than a battlefield, something important changes in the way thoughts and emotions are experienced. The inner world becomes less tense because the person is no longer trying to fight every passing thought. Calm begins to grow naturally when the mind allows things to move as they are. Yet there is another struggle that often hides quietly beneath many mental disturbances. It is the habit of trying to control other people. Many worries, frustrations, and disappointments come from this very pattern. During the day, people interact with others constantly. Conversations happen, expectations are formed, and silent hopes appear about how someone should behave. When those expectations are not met, the mind begins to tighten. It replays the moment, trying to understand why the other person acted the way they did. Sometimes it even imagines how things could have gone differently if the other person had only responded in a certain way. The Stoics recognized how exhausting this habit can become. They saw that a large part of human stress comes from trying to influence things that are not truly within personal control. Other people's thoughts, reactions, and decisions belong to them. No matter how strongly someone wishes to shape those responses, the final choice always rests in the mind of the other person. Because of this, the Stoics practiced mentally releasing the need to control others. They trained themselves to remember a simple truth. Each person moves through life according to their own beliefs, emotions, experiences, and understanding. Expecting another person to behave exactly as we want often creates unnecessary frustration. This does not mean the Stoics avoided relationships or stopped communicating. They valued cooperation, friendship, and honest discussion. But they approached these interactions with a clear understanding that the final outcome of another person's behavior could never be fully directed. When the mind releases the need to control others, something inside becomes lighter. Conversations no longer carry the same pressure to unfold perfectly. The mind becomes more open and patient because it understands that each person brings their own perspective into every situation. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that people act according to what they believe to be right at the time. Even when their actions appear unreasonable, they are still following their own understanding of the world. Recognizing this helps the mind respond with patience instead of constant frustration. Another benefit of this practice is that it reduces the habit of replaying conversations after they have ended. Many of these mental replays happen because the mind wishes it could change the other person's reaction. It tries to find the perfect words that would have produced a different response. But once the moment has passed, the other person's reaction belongs to the past just as much as the conversation itself. By releasing the need to control those reactions, the mind stops reopening the moment. The brain understands that the outcome of the conversation was not entirely within its power to shape. This perspective also strengthens personal responsibility. When the mind stops focusing on controlling others, attention naturally returns to the one area where control truly exists: personal actions, intentions, and responses. The Stoics believe that this is where true freedom begins. A person cannot command the behavior of others, but they can choose how they themselves respond to any situation. By focusing on this inner freedom, the mind becomes calmer and more stable. Over time, the brain begins to relax because it is no longer carrying the impossible task of managing other people's decisions. The mind understands that it can influence situations through honesty and kindness, but the final outcome always belongs to many different factors. As evening arrives and the mind settles into quiet reflection, this realization becomes especially comforting. The actions and opinions of others no longer feel like burdens that must be carried through the night. The mind returns to its own inner landscape, where peace is found not through controlling the world, but through understanding it. And as this quiet release continues to deepen, another subtle tension begins to dissolve as well. Many worries that disturb the mind come from unfinished outcomes and situations that have not yet fully resolved. Learning how the Stoics accepted incomplete outcomes becomes the next step in allowing the mind to rest without carrying unnecessary pressure forward. As the mind slowly releases the urge to control other people, a surprising calm begins to settle in. The endless tension of trying to manage every reaction, every response, every opinion fades away. Conversations no longer echo as loudly inside the mind, and the heart feels less burdened by how others chose to behave. Yet another quiet source of anxiety often remains hidden beneath the surface. It is the discomfort of unfinished outcomes. Many worries that follow people into the night are not caused by what has already happened, but by what has not yet been resolved. A decision that has not been made, a message that has not been answered, a situation that feels suspended somewhere between hope and uncertainty. The mind dislikes these open spaces. It wants conclusions, clarity, and final answers. Without them, it begins to wander through endless possibilities. The Stoics understood how powerful this discomfort can be. They observed that the human mind naturally tries to close every open story. When something remains incomplete, the brain continues circling around it, searching for resolution. This is why many people find themselves replaying events late at night. The mind is attempting to finish a story that reality has not yet finished writing. But the Stoics practiced a different response to these unfinished moments. Instead of forcing the mind to solve what cannot yet be solved, they learned to accept that many outcomes in life remain incomplete for long periods of time. Some situations resolve tomorrow, others unfold over months or years, and some never fully close at all. Accepting incomplete outcomes removes a large amount of pressure from the mind. When a person believes that every problem must be solved immediately, the brain feels responsible for finding answers right away. But when the mind accepts that certain situations are still in progress, the urgency begins to soften. The Stoics often reminded themselves that life unfolds step by step, not all at once. Just as a seed does not become a tree overnight, many outcomes require time before they reveal their final shape. Trying to rush that process only creates unnecessary tension. This perspective also protects the mind from unnecessary fear. When the brain faces an incomplete situation, it often fills the empty space with imagined problems. It begins predicting outcomes that may never happen. These predictions can create anxiety long before any real difficulty appears. By accepting that the outcome is still unknown, The mind stops rushing toward negative conclusions. It simply acknowledges that the story is not finished yet. Another benefit of this practice is that it strengthens patience with life itself. The Stoics believe that reality unfolds according to a much larger process than any individual can control. Events connect in ways that are not always visible at the moment they occur. What appears uncertain today may reveal its meaning later. When the mind accepts this natural unfolding, it stops demanding immediate certainty from every situation. The brain becomes more comfortable with the quiet space between events. This habit also helps people sleep more peacefully. Many sleepless nights are caused by the mind trying to resolve problems that cannot yet be resolved. It replays conversations, predicts future responses, and attempts to reach conclusions that time has not yet delivered. But when the mind allows unfinished outcomes to remain unfinished, it no longer needs to carry them through the night. The situation remains where it belongs, in the unfolding of tomorrow. The Stoics trusted that their responsibility ended with their own actions in the present moment. Once they had acted with honesty, effort, and good judgment, the rest belonged to time and circumstance. The final outcome was not something the mind needed to force. This understanding creates a deep sense of mental relief. The brain is no longer responsible for solving every uncertainty before sleep arrives. It recognizes that some answers will come naturally when the next day unfolds. As the mind grows comfortable with incomplete outcomes, the inner world becomes quieter. The tension of unfinished stories loosens its grip. Thoughts settle more easily because the brain is no longer chasing final conclusions in the darkness of the night. And within this quiet acceptance, another subtle transformation begins to appear. The mind slowly learns that many disturbances lose their intensity when they are placed within a wider view of time itself. Learning how the Stoics expanded their perspective beyond the present moment becomes the next gentle step toward deeper peace. As the mind grows comfortable accepting incomplete outcomes, a gentle calm begins to spread through the inner world. Situations that once demanded immediate answers now rest quietly in the understanding that time will reveal what needs to be revealed. The brain no longer feels the need to solve everything before sleep. Yet another subtle habit often continues running in the background of the mind. Even when problems have been released and outcomes are allowed to unfold naturally, the mind still tells stories to itself. Throughout the day, the brain creates a constant internal narrative. It explains events, interprets conversations, predicts reactions, and forms opinions about nearly everything that happens. This voice inside the mind rarely stops speaking. It comments on the past, evaluates the present, and tries to prepare for the future. Most people become so accustomed to this inner commentary that they hardly notice it anymore. The Stoics understood that this internal narrative is one of the main sources of mental noise. The mind does not simply experience life as it happens. Instead, it continuously explains life to itself. Every moment becomes a story with characters, motives, judgments, and imagined meanings. These stories can quietly fill the mind with tension even when nothing urgent is happening. Because of this, the Stoics practiced something very simple but deeply powerful. They learned to allow silence to replace the constant inner narrative. This practice does not require forcing the mind to stop thinking. The Stoics knew that trying to silence the mind through effort often creates more noise. Instead, they gently stepped back from the habit of explaining everything. When a thought appeared that tried to create a story about a situation, they noticed it without continuing the narrative. The thought was allowed to pass without being expanded into a longer chain of explanations. For example, a simple memory from the day might arise. The mind may begin building a story about what someone meant, what could have been said differently, or what might happen next. Instead of following this storyline, the Stoic approach is to simply notice the memory and allow it to remain quiet. The event is acknowledged, but the mind does not build an entire narrative around it. This small change has a powerful effect on the nervous system. Internal stories often create emotional reactions because the brain treats them as ongoing situations. Even though the event has already passed, the narrative makes it feel active again. But when the story stops expanding, the emotional reaction quickly fades. Silence begins to fill the space where constant interpretation once lived. The Stoics valued this silence because it allowed the mind to experience reality more directly. Instead of constantly explaining life, the mind could simply observe it. Thoughts still appeared, but they no longer needed to be turned into elaborate mental conversations. Over time, this practice creates a profound sense of mental rest. The brain no longer spends energy constructing endless explanations about every small moment. It becomes comfortable, allowing events to exist without attaching constant commentary. Another benefit of this discipline is that it reduces emotional exaggeration. Internal narratives often make situations seem larger than they truly are. A simple misunderstanding becomes a complex story about motives and intentions. But when the narrative stops growing, the situation remains small and manageable. Silence also brings the mind closer to the present moment. Stories often pull attention into the past or push it toward the future. But when the narrative fades, awareness naturally returns to the quiet experience of now. This stillness is not empty. It is filled with a calm clarity that allows the mind to rest without pressure. As evening deepens and the world outside becomes quieter, this inner silence begins to match the stillness of the night. Thoughts slow down because the mind is no longer feeding them with endless explanations. The brain settles into a peaceful rhythm where awareness remains present but unburdened by constant storytelling. And within this growing silence, another gentle realization begins to appear. The mind slowly understands that many disturbances lose their strength when attention itself becomes softer and more relaxed. Learning how the Stoics practiced softening attention before sleep becomes the next step in allowing the inner world to settle into deeper tranquility. As silence begins to replace the endless inner stories, the mind enters a quieter space where thoughts move more gently and attention no longer rushes from one idea to another. The inner voice softens, and the nervous system slowly loosens its grip on the day. Yet even in this calm, something subtle can still remain beneath the surface. Not loud thoughts, not active worries, but a faint emotional trace left behind by the events of the day. Many experiences during the day leave behind what could be called emotional residue. A short conversation that felt slightly tense, a moment of disappointment that passed quickly but still left a quiet echo, a small frustration that was pushed aside in order to continue with responsibilities. These moments often disappear from conscious memory, yet the feeling attached to them remains quietly stored in the body and mind. The Stoics noticed that the human mind does not simply record events. It also absorbs emotional impressions from those events. When the day ends, these impressions can remain active even when the mind is trying to rest. A person may not even remember the exact moment that created the tension, but the nervous system still carries the leftover feeling. Because of this, the Stoics practiced a simple strategy before sleep. They intentionally allowed the emotional traces of the day to dissolve rather than carrying them forward into the night. The first step in this process was awareness. Instead of ignoring the lingering emotional tone inside the mind, the Stoics gently noticed it. They paid attention to how the body and mind felt after the day had finished. Sometimes there was calm, sometimes there was subtle tension that had not yet been released. This awareness was not meant to analyze every moment that happened during the day. It was simply an honest recognition of the emotional atmosphere that remained. Once this awareness appeared, the Stoics practiced separating the emotional residue from the events that created it. They understood that many feelings continue long after the original situation has ended. A disagreement may last only a few minutes, but the emotional charge can stay active for hours. By recognizing that the event was already finished, the mind could begin letting the emotional impression fade as well. Another helpful part of this practice was reducing the importance of small disturbances. During the day, many moments seem larger than they truly are because the mind is moving quickly and reacting in real time. But when evening arrives, distance naturally makes those events appear smaller. The Stoics used this distance to gently shrink the emotional weight of the day. They reminded themselves that most difficulties are temporary moments within a much larger life. A brief misunderstanding or inconvenience rarely deserves a permanent place in the mind. This perspective allows emotional residue to loosen its hold. The Stoics also understood that holding on to these emotional traces does not improve tomorrow. Carrying irritation, disappointment, or frustration into the next day only adds unnecessary tension to the mind. Releasing these feelings before sleep creates a fresh beginning when morning arrives. To support this release, they practiced simple acceptance. Instead of wishing that certain moments had unfolded differently, they allowed the day to remain exactly as it happened. Every action, every conversation, every decision had already taken place. The mind no longer needed to replay those scenes. Acceptance gently closes the emotional doorway that keeps past moments active. Another quiet benefit of this practice is that it restores emotional balance. When the mind dissolves the leftover impressions of the day, it returns to a neutral state. This neutrality is not emptiness. It is a calm baseline where the nervous system can fully relax. The body responds quickly to this inner shift. Muscles loosen, breathing becomes deeper, and the brain slowly prepares itself for rest. As the emotional residue fades, the mind begins to feel clean again, almost like a room that has been gently cleared after a busy day. Within this calm space, thoughts become lighter and slower. The mind no longer carries the emotional echoes that once followed it into the night. And as this quiet clearing continues, the inner world begins to experience something even deeper than relaxation. The mind slowly learns that true peace does not come from controlling every event of the day, but from releasing the invisible traces those events leave behind. From this clarity, the final step toward deep mental rest begins to appear. The Stoics believed that when the mind finishes releasing the day completely, it can finally return to its natural state of stillness, ready to enter the quiet rhythm of sleep without carrying the burdens of yesterday forward. As the emotional residue of the day slowly dissolves, the mind begins to feel lighter and more open. Moments that once carried tension lose their grip, and the quiet inside becomes deeper. The body softens, the breath becomes steady. The mind no longer feels crowded with the echoes of the day. Yet even in this calm, thoughts will still continue to appear. They rise naturally, just as they always have. The Stoics understood this very clearly. Peace does not come from eliminating thoughts. Peace comes from learning how to see them differently. One of the quiet disciplines they practiced was learning to treat every thought as a passing cloud. Throughout the day, the mind produces a constant flow of thoughts. Some are simple observations. Others are memories, worries, plans, or small reactions to things that happened. Most people instinctively grab onto these thoughts the moment they appear. A single idea can quickly turn into a long chain of thinking. One memory leads to another. One worry leads to another prediction. Before long, the mind becomes fully absorbed in a story it has created. The Stoics noticed that the problem was not the appearance of the thought itself. The problem was the habit of attaching importance to every thought that appeared. They began practicing a simple mental shift. Instead of treating each thought as something meaningful that required attention, they allowed thoughts to move through awareness the way clouds move across the sky. A cloud does not need to be pushed away. It does not need to be followed or analyzed. It simply appears, drifts for a moment, and eventually disappears. The sky remains unchanged beneath it. In the same way, the Stoics practiced allowing thoughts to appear without immediately reacting to them. When a thought entered the mind, they acknowledged it quietly. They noticed its presence without building a larger story around it. This approach removes the pressure to control the mind. Thoughts are no longer treated as problems that must be solved. They become temporary movements within awareness. Over time, the brain begins to recognize that most thoughts are extremely short-lived when they are not constantly fed with attention. A worry may appear, but if the mind does not follow it, the thought fades naturally. A memory may rise for a moment, but without engagement, it slowly dissolves. This discipline creates a surprising sense of freedom. The person no longer feels trapped inside their thoughts. They begin to experience a gentle distance from the mental activity happening inside the mind. The Stoics valued this distance because it allowed the deeper part of the mind to remain calm even when thoughts were present. The sky remains wide and peaceful even when clouds pass through it. Another important part of this practice is removing judgment from thoughts. Many people become frustrated with themselves when certain thoughts appear. They believe that having a negative thought means something is wrong with their mind. This frustration only strengthens the thought because the brain continues focusing on it. The Stoic approach removes this unnecessary conflict. A thought is simply a thought. It is not a command, not a prediction, and not a reflection of who a person truly is. It is only a temporary movement within the mind. When thoughts are seen this way, the mind becomes much quieter. Instead of fighting or following each thought, awareness simply watches them pass by. This calm observation allows the nervous system to relax deeply. The brain no longer needs to chase or suppress every idea that appears. Thoughts move at their own natural pace and disappear just as naturally. As night settles and the world grows still, this discipline becomes especially powerful. The mind rests in a wide, quiet awareness while thoughts drift through it like slow-moving clouds. Some clouds pass quickly, others linger a little longer, but none of them stay forever. Beneath them all, the sky remains clear, steady, and untouched. And in the same way, beneath every passing thought, the deeper part of the mind remains peaceful. When the mind stops clinging to each cloud that crosses its sky, it rediscovers a calm that was always there. In this quiet space, the mind no longer struggles with itself. Thoughts come and go, but the inner stillness remains. And within that stillness, sleep arrives naturally, carrying the mind gently into rest while the clouds continue drifting silently across the wide sky of awareness. As thoughts begin to move through the mind like passing clouds, something subtle starts to change inside. The mind is no longer pulled into every thought that appears. It no longer chases each idea as if it must be solved or understood immediately. Instead, thoughts begin to drift across awareness more gently. They appear, remain for a moment, and then fade. Within this calm rhythm, another habit that once disturbed the mind begins to lose its power. That habit is worry. Worry often feels like a serious attempt to solve problems. The mind believes that by thinking about a situation again and again, it is preparing for the future or preventing mistakes. But the Stoics recognized something important about worry. Most of the time, worry is not productive thinking. It is the mind repeating the same uncertain questions without reaching a clear conclusion. When the brain enters a state of worry, it circles around possible outcomes. It imagines what might go wrong. It predicts difficulties that may never appear. The mind believes it is protecting itself, but in reality, it creates tension that spreads through both the body and the emotions. The Stoics practiced a different response to worry. Instead of trying to fight it or suppress it, they transformed worry into observation. Observation is very different from worry. Worry pulls the mind into the future and fills it with imagined scenarios. Observation keeps the mind grounded in the present moment. It looks at thoughts without becoming tangled inside them. When a worried thought appears, the Stoic approach begins with noticing the thought clearly. The mind recognizes that a worried idea has entered awareness. Instead of following the chain of predictions that usually comes next, the person simply observes the thought as it exists. This small shift changes the entire experience. The thought is no longer driving the mind forward. It is simply something being seen. Observation removes the emotional urgency that fuels worry. When the mind steps back and watches the thought rather than reacting to it, the brain realizes that the situation is not happening right now. It is only a mental image of something that might happen later. The Stoics often reminded themselves that the future cannot be experienced in the present moment. What exists now is only the thought about the future. By recognizing this, the mind loosens its grip on imagined outcomes. Observation also creates distance between the thinker and the thought. When worry dominates the mind, the person feels completely absorbed by the thought. It feels as though the thought itself is reality. But when the mind observes the thought calmly, the person realizes that the thought is simply a mental event passing through awareness. This distance weakens the power of worry. Another important part of this practice is replacing emotional interpretation with clear attention. Worry often adds strong feelings to uncertain situations. The mind assumes that because a possibility feels frightening, it must also be likely. But observation separates the feeling from the actual situation. The Stoics trained themselves to look at their thoughts with the same calm curiosity that a person might use when watching clouds move across the sky. The thought is noticed, but it is not chased. Over time, the brain learns that most worried thoughts lose strength when they are observed instead of followed. Without constant attention, the chain of predictions slows down and eventually fades. This transformation brings a deep sense of mental relief. The mind no longer feels trapped in endless loops of uncertain possibilities. Thoughts about the future may still appear, but they pass through awareness quietly without taking control. The nervous system responds quickly to this calm approach. When worry loses its urgency, the body begins to relax. Breathing deepens, muscles soften, The mind no longer feels as though it must remain alert to every possible danger. As the night grows deeper, this practice of observation becomes even more powerful. The mind learns that it does not need to solve tomorrow's uncertainties tonight. It only needs to remain present with what exists now. Worried thoughts drift through awareness the same way other thoughts do. They appear briefly and then dissolve when they are no longer fed with attention. In this quiet state, the mind becomes steady and clear. Instead of being carried away by every imagined future, it rests calmly within the present moment. And from this calm observation, the mind begins to understand something even more reassuring. Many of the fears that once felt overwhelming were never events that needed to be fought. They were only thoughts passing through the sky of awareness, appearing briefly before disappearing again. As worry begins to soften into quiet observation, the mind slowly becomes steadier. Thoughts no longer drag attention into endless loops about the future. The brain learns to watch ideas appear and disappear without feeling the need to solve every possibility. This calm state opens the door to another powerful Stoic practice, one that gently changes the way the mind understands life itself. It is the habit of seeing life from the view of time. Most human stress is created when the mind looks at problems from a very narrow moment. A mistake that happened today can feel enormous when the mind is standing directly inside it. A difficult conversation can feel heavy because the mind sees only the immediate discomfort. When attention remains fixed on the present moment alone, events appear larger than they truly are. The Stoics trained their minds to step back and view life from the wider lens of time. They asked themselves how a situation would look weeks from now, months from now, or even years into the future. This shift in perspective often changes the emotional size of a problem. Something that feels overwhelming in the moment often becomes surprisingly small when placed within the long flow of time. A disagreement that felt painful today may become nothing more than a faint memory next year. A mistake that feels serious tonight may turn into a quiet lesson that strengthens character later. By regularly stepping into this wider view, the Stoics reduced the emotional intensity of daily events. They understood that most moments are only small parts of a much larger life. Marcus Aurelius practiced this reflection often. When something disturbed his mind, he reminded himself that everything happening in the present moment would soon belong to the past. Every experience moves through time quickly. What feels urgent today becomes distant tomorrow. This understanding does not remove the importance of living responsibly. The Stoics still believed in acting with care, honesty, and effort, but they refused to allow temporary events to dominate their peace of mind. Viewing life from the perspective of time also helps dissolve regret. Many people replay past events because they believe those moments define them permanently. The mind keeps returning to a mistake as if it must carry that moment forever. But when the brain sees life through the wider passage of time, it recognizes that one event cannot define an entire life. Each person continues changing and growing through countless experiences. The Stoics believed that time itself softens most things. Just as the edge of a sharp stone becomes smooth after years of flowing water, emotional wounds slowly lose their intensity as time moves forward. Understanding this natural process allows the mind to relax. It no longer needs to hold every moment with the same level of intensity. This perspective also reduces fear about the future. When people imagine difficulties ahead, the mind often exaggerates how long those difficulties will last. It feels as though the problem will stretch endlessly into the future. But the Stoics reminded themselves that time continues moving no matter what happens. Even difficult periods eventually pass. Moments that once seemed unbearable gradually fade as life continues unfolding. Seeing life through time also brings a deeper appreciation for the present moment. When the mind realizes how quickly life moves forward, small moments of calm and connection become more valuable. The Stoics often reflected on how many generations had lived before them and how many would come after. Human life becomes only a brief moment within the larger flow of history. This thought was not meant to create sadness, but humility and clarity. When the mind sees how quickly time moves, it becomes easier to release small frustrations. There is no need to carry every irritation forward when the entire moment will soon belong to the past. As night grows quiet and the day settles behind you, this perspective becomes especially peaceful. The events of the day begin to feel like small ripples within the larger river of life. They are already moving away, carried by time itself. The mind begins to loosen its grip on moments that once felt important. They are simply parts of the continuous movement of life. From this view, the mind no longer stands trapped inside the narrow frame of the present moment. It stands quietly within the long unfolding of time. And within that wider view, a deep calm begins to appear. The mind understands that life continues flowing forward no matter what happened today. The day slowly becomes a small part of the past, gently carried away by time, leaving the mind free to rest within the quiet of the present. As the mind learns to see life through the long passage of time, something important begins to shift inside. Moments that once felt overwhelming start to lose their sharp edges. Events from the day no longer appear as permanent obstacles, but as brief moments within a much larger story. The mind begins to understand that time naturally softens most experiences. And from this wider view, another quiet Stoic practice becomes possible, the discipline of allowing problems to become smaller in the night. During the day, problems often feel larger than they truly are. The mind is moving quickly, responding to conversations, responsibilities, and decisions. Emotions are active, attention is divided, and the nervous system remains alert. In this state, even small difficulties can feel heavy because the brain is reacting in real time. The Stoics noticed that the emotional intensity of problems is often connected to the speed of the moment. When the mind is moving quickly, it magnifies the importance of what is happening. A mistake feels more serious. A disagreement feels more personal. An uncertain situation feels more threatening. But when evening arrives, something changes naturally. The pace of the world slows. Responsibilities fade into the background. The body begins preparing for rest. In this quieter space, the mind has the opportunity to see the day from a calmer distance. The Stoics used this moment intentionally. Instead of continuing to treat the day's problems with the same urgency they had during the day, they allowed those problems to shrink in the quiet of the night. This does not mean ignoring responsibilities or pretending that difficulties do not exist. The Stoics believed in facing life with honesty and effort, but they also understood that the emotional weight of a problem is often much larger than the problem itself. When the mind becomes calm, it begins to see situations more clearly. Many events that seemed intense during the day reveal themselves as temporary moments that will soon pass. The Stoics practiced stepping back from the immediate emotional reaction and looking at the problem from a quieter place inside the mind. From this calm perspective, the mind recognizes that most situations are manageable when they are no longer surrounded by the noise of the day. This shift happens naturally when the nervous system relaxes. As breathing slows and the body softens, the brain moves away from the urgency that once fueled its reactions. Thoughts become slower and more spacious. Within this slower rhythm, the mind can hold a problem without feeling consumed by it. The Stoics also reminded themselves that nighttime is not the moment for solving every difficulty. Some problems require action, discussion, or decisions that belong to the next day. Trying to solve them in the quiet hours of the night often creates unnecessary tension. Instead, they allowed the mind to place those problems gently aside. The situation still existed, but it no longer demanded attention in that moment. Another important part of this practice is recognizing that the brain often exaggerates problems when it is tired. Late at night, the mind can easily drift toward worst-case scenarios. A small uncertainty may begin to feel like a serious threat simply because the brain is fatigued. The Stoics understood that these nighttime thoughts should not always be trusted. The mind becomes more balanced again after rest. By remembering this, they allowed problems to become smaller in the quiet of the evening rather than letting them grow larger. This practice brings a deep sense of relief to the mind. The brain no longer feels responsible for carrying the entire weight of every situation through the night. Instead, problems are gently placed at a distance where they can be approached with fresh clarity tomorrow. As this habit becomes stronger, the mind begins to trust the rhythm of life itself. Difficulties appear, they are faced during the day, and then they are allowed to shrink when night arrives. The quiet hours are not meant for struggle, they are meant for restoration. When the mind releases the urgency of the day's problems, the nervous system finally receives the signal that it is safe to rest. Muscles loosen, breathing deepens, and the mind becomes calm enough to drift toward sleep. Within this calm space, problems that once felt heavy begin to appear smaller, quieter, and more distant. And as the mind settles into this gentle perspective, another Stoic insight slowly begins to emerge. The brain starts to understand that many disturbances lose their power when the mind stops measuring life through constant judgment. Learning how the Stoics released the habit of judging every experience becomes the next step in allowing the inner world to remain peaceful through the night. As problems slowly become smaller in the quiet of the night, the mind begins to feel lighter. The urgency that once surrounded the events of the day fades into a softer distance. Situations that seemed overwhelming just hours ago no longer carry the same pressure. The nervous system loosens its grip on the day, and the mind begins to settle. Yet even in this calmer space, one habit still quietly pulls the mind away from peace. It is the habit of drifting away from the present moment. The human mind moves easily between the past and the future. It revisits conversations that already ended. It replays small mistakes. It searches through memories looking for things that could have been said differently. At the same time, it leaps forward into tomorrow, predicting outcomes and imagining situations that have not yet happened. The Stoics noticed that this constant movement through time creates a restless mind. The person may be sitting quietly in the evening, but their attention is traveling endlessly through past moments and future possibilities. Because of this, the Stoics practiced a simple but powerful habit. They trained the mind to gently return to the present moment. The present moment is the only place where life is actually happening. The past has already unfolded, and the future has not yet arrived. But the mind often ignores the calm of the present because it is busy exploring moments that no longer exist, or moments that may never exist. Returning to the present moment brings the mind back to a place where nothing urgent needs to be solved. The Stoics did not force the mind to stay in the present with strict control. Instead, they practiced a quiet awareness of when the mind had wandered too far into other times. When they noticed their attention drifting into past memories or future predictions, they simply guided it back to what was happening now. This return did not require effort or frustration. It was done with patience, as if gently guiding attention back to a calm center. Often the present moment is much simpler than the stories the mind creates about the past or future. In the quiet of the night, the present moment may contain only a steady breath, a relaxed body, and a peaceful room. By resting attention in these simple experiences, the mind begins to slow down. Another important part of this habit is recognizing that the present moment rarely carries the same emotional weight that imagined scenarios do. Worries about tomorrow may feel intense, but they do not exist in the present moment. Regret about yesterday may seem heavy, but the event is no longer happening now. When the mind returns to the present, it often finds that the immediate moment is calmer than the thoughts that were pulling attention away. The Stoics used this awareness to stabilize their inner world. Instead of allowing the mind to wander endlessly, they practiced bringing attention back to what was directly in front of them. This habit becomes especially powerful in the evening. As the day ends, there is nothing left to solve in that moment. The work of the day is finished. Tomorrow has not yet begun. The present moment becomes a quiet space where the mind can rest without needing to analyze or predict anything. Over time, the brain begins to trust this place of calm. It realizes that peace is not something that must be created through complicated thinking. Peace already exists in the simple awareness of the present moment. Breathing slowly, feeling the body relax, noticing the quiet around you. These simple experiences anchor the mind in reality rather than in imagined stories. As attention settles into the present, the nervous system responds by relaxing even further. Muscles soften, the heart rate slows, and the mind becomes clear. Thoughts may still appear, but they no longer carry the mind away for long periods of time. Awareness returns gently to the present again and again. This repetition strengthens the brain's ability to remain calm even when thoughts arise. And as the mind continues returning to the present moment, another quiet understanding begins to appear. The mind slowly realizes that peace does not depend on controlling thoughts, solving problems, or predicting the future. Peace is simply the natural state that appears when attention rests fully in the present, allowing the mind to remain calm, steady, and ready to drift peacefully into sleep. As the mind grows familiar with returning to the present moment, something begins to soften deep inside the nervous system. Attention no longer rushes endlessly between yesterday and tomorrow. Instead, it settles quietly into what is happening right now. The body relaxes, the breath becomes steady, the mind begins to feel grounded again. Yet even in this calm space, there is another subtle force that often disturbs inner peace. It is the feeling of urgency that lives inside many thoughts. Mental urgency is the quiet pressure that tells the mind something must be solved immediately. It is the voice that whispers that a problem cannot wait, that a decision must be made right now, or that an answer must be found before the night ends. Even when the body is ready to rest, this sense of urgency can keep the brain awake, pushing thoughts forward with restless energy. The Stoics noticed how much of human stress comes from this invisible pressure. The mind becomes tense not only because of the problems themselves, but because it believes those problems require instant resolution. When the brain treats every thought as urgent, it never fully relaxes. Because of this, the Stoics practiced the quiet art of reducing mental urgency. They trained themselves to slow the mind down when it tried to rush ahead. When a thought appeared that felt pressing or demanding, they paused before reacting. Instead of immediately following the thought, they allowed a small space to open between the thought and their response. This pause often revealed something important. Many thoughts that feel urgent at night are not truly urgent at all. They are simply ideas that the mind has amplified. The Stoics reminded themselves that the night is not the time for solving every question. The night is a time for rest, reflection, and recovery. When the mind recognizes this truth, the pressure inside begins to dissolve. Reducing mental urgency also involves changing the way the mind views time. Many people live with the constant belief that everything must happen quickly. They rush through conversations, decisions, and even their own thoughts. This habit trains the brain to remain in a constant state of alertness. The Stoics moved in the opposite direction. They practiced slowing their thinking intentionally. When a problem appeared, they examined it calmly instead of reacting with immediate emotion. This slower approach sends a powerful signal to the nervous system. The brain realizes that the situation does not require panic or speed. The body begins to release tension because the mind is no longer pushing itself forward with urgency. Another important part of this practice is understanding that not every thought deserves immediate attention. The mind produces many ideas throughout the day, but most of them can wait. When the Stoics noticed a thought that demanded instant action, they gently reminded themselves that the thought would still exist tomorrow. Nothing important would be lost by allowing the mind to rest. This simple reminder removes a great deal of pressure. The brain no longer feels responsible for solving everything in the present moment. Over time, the mind learns to move with a calmer rhythm. Thoughts arrive, but they do not create the same rush of urgency they once did. Instead of feeling pushed by every idea, the mind observes them quietly. This change creates a deep sense of stability. When urgency fades, the mind becomes steady and patient. Problems are still acknowledged, but they are no longer treated as emergencies. The Stoics believed that wisdom often appears when the mind is calm enough to think clearly. Urgent thinking rarely produces clear answers. It only produces more tension. By reducing mental urgency, the brain becomes capable of seeing situations with greater clarity. Decisions that once felt rushed become easier to understand when the mind is calm. As night continues to deepen, this slower rhythm becomes even more important. The body is naturally preparing for sleep, but the mind must also release the sense of urgency that keeps it active. When thoughts appear, they are allowed to exist without demanding immediate solutions. The mind acknowledges them and then gently lets them rest. Within this quiet patience, the nervous system settles completely. The pressure to solve, decide, and control fades away. And as this calm continues to spread through the mind, another peaceful realization begins to appear. The brain slowly understands that many of the thoughts it once treated as urgent were never truly important at all. When urgency dissolves, the mind returns to its natural pace. In that slower rhythm, peace becomes possible, and sleep arrives gently without resistance. As the mind begins to release urgency and move at a calmer pace, another quiet shift starts to take place inside. Thoughts no longer rush forward, demanding immediate answers. The nervous system slows, breathing becomes steady, and the weight of the day begins to loosen its grip. Yet for many people, one final disturbance often appears when the night grows quiet. It is the voice of self-criticism. When the noise of the day fades, the mind sometimes turns its attention inward and begins reviewing how the day unfolded. It replays conversations, examines decisions, and quietly judges the way certain moments were handled. A small mistake can suddenly feel much larger in the silence of the evening. Words that could have been spoken differently echo through the mind. Actions are measured against impossible standards. The Stoics noticed that this habit of self-criticism often keeps the mind restless long after the day has ended. Instead of resting, the mind becomes a courtroom where the person is both the judge and the accused. Every decision is questioned. Every flaw is examined. Because of this, the Stoics practiced a very important discipline before sleep. They ended the day without self-criticism. This did not mean ignoring mistakes or pretending that everything went perfectly. The Stoics believed strongly in honest reflection. They valued learning from their actions and improving their character. But they understood that learning and self-punishment are not the same thing. When the Stoics reflected on their day, they looked at their actions with calm honesty rather than harsh judgment. If they noticed a mistake, they acknowledged it simply as a moment where wisdom could grow. There was no need to attach shame or anger to it. The mind would quietly recognize the lesson and then release the moment. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that human beings are imperfect by nature. Every person is learning how to live with greater understanding. Expecting perfection from oneself only creates frustration and unnecessary suffering. By accepting imperfection, the Stoics removed the harsh tone that often appears in self-reflection. Another reason this practice is powerful is because self-criticism keeps the past emotionally active. When the mind judges itself harshly, it continues reliving the moment as if it were still happening. The body reacts again with tension, embarrassment, or regret. But when reflection is calm and neutral, the event becomes simply part of the day that has already passed. The Stoics treated their mistakes the way a wise teacher treats a student's error. The mistake is noticed, the lesson is understood, and then the mind moves forward. There is no need for punishment because the purpose of reflection is growth, not blame. This approach creates a gentle relationship with the mind. Instead of fearing reflection, the person becomes comfortable examining their actions honestly. Another benefit of ending the day without self-criticism is that it strengthens emotional resilience. When the mind stops attacking itself, it becomes easier to face challenges without fear of failure. Mistakes become opportunities for learning rather than sources of shame. The Stoics believed that a calm mind learns faster than a mind trapped in self-judgment. As night deepens, this discipline becomes especially important. The body is preparing for rest, but the mind cannot fully relax if it is still arguing with itself. When self-criticism fades, the brain receives a clear signal that the day is finished. The lessons have been taken, and nothing more needs to be added. The person simply acknowledges that the day was lived as well as possible with the understanding they had at the time. This acceptance creates a deep sense of peace. The mind no longer needs to defend itself or correct every detail of the past. The day becomes complete. Within this calm acceptance, the inner world grows quiet again. Thoughts soften. The nervous system relaxes further. And as the mind releases the final habit of judging itself, another gentle realization begins to appear. True peace does not come from living perfectly, but from meeting each day with patience, learning from experience, and allowing the mind to rest without carrying the burden of self-criticism into the night. As the mind learns to end the day without harsh self-criticism, a quiet compassion begins to settle inside. The day is no longer treated like a list of failures to review, but as a simple series of moments that have already passed. The nervous system softens when the mind stops attacking itself. Breathing becomes slower. The body begins to feel safe enough to rest. Yet there is another reason many events from the day still feel sharp inside the mind. It is not always the event itself that hurts, but the way the mind holds it. The Stoics understood that emotional pain is often created by the angle from which the mind views an event. When something happens, the mind immediately forms an interpretation. It labels the moment as unfair, embarrassing, frustrating, or threatening. These interpretations are often formed quickly, without distance or reflection. When the mind holds tightly to these first interpretations, the event keeps its emotional sharpness long after it is over. Because of this, the Stoics practiced using perspective to soften the emotional edges of experience. Perspective is the ability to step back and look at a situation from a wider view. When the mind changes the distance from which it looks at an event, the emotional intensity often changes as well. Something that once felt painful can begin to feel smaller when seen within a broader context. The Stoics often asked themselves simple questions when reflecting on difficult moments. Will this situation matter in a week? In a year? In 10 years? Most of the time, the answer quietly reveals that the moment is far less permanent than it first appeared. This wider view naturally reduces the emotional sharpness of the event. Another way the Stoics used perspective was by remembering that every person experiences difficulty in life. No one moves through life without moments of misunderstanding, mistakes, or discomfort. When the mind remembers this truth, it stops treating its own struggles as unique disasters. Instead, the event becomes part of the normal human experience. This understanding removes the sense of personal failure that often accompanies difficult moments. The mind realizes that what happened today has happened to countless others before and will happen to many others again. Perspective also helps the mind recognize how incomplete its first interpretation may be. During the day, a situation may appear negative simply because the mind cannot yet see its full meaning. But many events reveal their value only later. The Stoics believed that time often reshapes the meaning of difficult moments. A challenge that once seemed frustrating may later become the source of strength or wisdom. A delay that felt inconvenient may prevent something worse from happening. By remembering that the full story is rarely visible in the moment, the mind becomes less attached to its first emotional reaction. Another powerful perspective the Stoics practiced was viewing events from the distance of the larger world. They reminded themselves how vast life is beyond a single moment or a single day. Cities, generations, and entire civilizations rise and pass through time. When the mind steps into this wider view, many personal frustrations naturally lose their intensity. This does not mean that individual experiences are unimportant, but it helps the mind see that most events are small pieces within a much larger movement of life. The Stoics used this awareness to protect their peace of mind. Instead of allowing every small event to dominate their emotions, they placed those events within the larger landscape of existence. This simple shift creates emotional balance. As the night grows quiet and the mind reflects on the day, perspective becomes especially helpful. The emotional sharpness of earlier moments begins to soften as distance grows. A conversation that felt uncomfortable may now appear harmless. A small mistake may now seem like nothing more than a brief lesson. Even moments of tension begin to dissolve when the mind stops looking at them through the narrow lens of the present moment. The mind slowly releases the intensity it once attached to those events. Within this wider perspective, the inner world becomes calm again. The events of the day settle into memory without carrying the same emotional charge. And as the mind continues seeing life from this broader view, another peaceful realization begins to unfold. Many disturbances fade naturally when the mind stops holding on to them so tightly. When perspective widens, emotional sharpness softens, and the day quietly becomes part of the past, leaving the mind free to rest in the gentle stillness of the night. As the mind begins to soften the emotional edges of the day through perspective, something inside becomes noticeably lighter. Events that once felt sharp lose their intensity. The mind realizes that most experiences do not deserve the permanent space they once occupied. They settle quietly into memory, no longer demanding attention. In this calmer state, another gentle Stoic practice becomes possible, allowing the mind to drift without direction. Most people spend the entire day directing their thoughts with purpose. The mind moves from task to task, decision to decision, constantly focusing on solving problems or planning the next step. Attention is always being pulled towards something that needs to be done. This constant direction trains the brain to remain active and alert even when the day is over. But the Stoics understood that the mind, like the body, also needs moments where it is not being driven toward a specific goal. Just as muscles relax after a long day of movement, the mind also needs space to move freely without pressure or control. Allowing the mind to drift without direction is the quiet permission to stop guiding every thought. This does not mean losing awareness or becoming lost in endless thinking. It simply means releasing the need to guide the mind toward a particular outcome. Thoughts are allowed to appear and move naturally without being organized or analyzed. During the day, the mind behaves like a focused traveler moving along a busy road. Every step has a destination. Every moment is directed towards something ahead. But at night, the Stoics allowed the mind to become more like a quiet river that flows without needing to reach a specific point. Thoughts appear, move gently through awareness, and continue on their way. Many people find this uncomfortable at first because they are used to controlling their thoughts. The mind believes it must always be doing something productive. But when the person stops directing every thought, the brain begins to settle into a slower rhythm. This slower rhythm signals to the nervous system that it is safe to rest. Allowing the mind to drift also releases the pressure to think perfectly. There is no need to organize every idea or follow every memory to its conclusion. Thoughts may appear in fragments, images, or quiet reflections that come and go without structure. The Stoics understood that the mind has its own natural way of unwinding when it is given space. Another benefit of this practice is that it reduces mental fatigue. When the mind spends the entire day focused on control and decision-making, it becomes tired. Allowing thoughts to drift gives the brain a chance to recover from the effort of constant attention. Just as the body relaxes when movement stops, the mind relaxes when it no longer needs to guide every thought. This drifting state often creates a gentle sense of spaciousness in the mind. Instead of being crowded with structured thinking, awareness becomes open and calm. Thoughts move through this space slowly, without urgency. Sometimes a quiet memory appears. Sometimes a small idea passes through. Sometimes there is simply silence between thoughts. All of these movements are allowed without interference. The Stoics believe that this freedom of thought is part of the natural rhythm of the mind. When thoughts are not forced into rigid patterns, they gradually slow down on their own. As the mind drifts in this relaxed way, the body responds with deeper calm. Breathing becomes slower, muscles release their tension, and the brain begins shifting toward the peaceful state that prepares it for sleep. There is no longer a need to control or organize the mind's activity. Instead, awareness simply floats with whatever thoughts appear, the way leaves float gently on the surface of water. Some thoughts pass quickly, others linger for a moment before fading away. But none of them need to be followed or directed. Within this quiet drifting, the mind experiences something it rarely allows during the busy hours of the day, a complete absence of pressure. And as this peaceful wandering continues, another realization begins to form gently in the background of awareness. The mind slowly understands that true rest does not come from controlling every thought, but from allowing the inner world to move freely without resistance. In that freedom, the mind grows quiet enough for sleep to arrive naturally, like a calm night settling over still water. As the mind becomes comfortable drifting without direction, a deep calm begins to spread through the inner world. Thoughts are no longer being pushed toward conclusions or guided toward solutions. They move slowly, gently appearing and disappearing within a quiet awareness. The pressure to organize every idea fades. In this relaxed space, another subtle Stoic insight begins to reveal itself. Peace often begins the moment the mind stops trying to explain everything. Throughout the day, the mind constantly searches for explanations. It wants to understand why someone behaved a certain way, why a situation unfolded as it did, or why a particular feeling appeared. This habit is natural. The brain is designed to interpret events and give them meaning. But when this habit continues endlessly, the mind becomes trapped in a cycle of explanation that never truly ends. The Stoics observed that the mind often believes clarity will come from thinking harder and analyzing deeper. When something feels confusing or uncomfortable, the brain immediately begins building explanations around it. It searches for motives, causes, and hidden reasons. Yet many of these explanations are only guesses the mind creates in order to feel control. When the mind cannot find a satisfying answer, it continues explaining the situation again and again. Each explanation leads to another question, and the mind becomes tangled in its own attempt to understand everything. The Stoics realized that this endless need to explain can quietly disturb inner peace. The mind becomes restless because it feels responsible for solving every mystery in life. It believes that every event must have a clear explanation before calm can return. Because of this, they practiced releasing the need to explain every experience. This practice begins by recognizing that not everything in life requires an immediate explanation. Some events unfold in ways that cannot be fully understood in the moment. Human behavior is complex, circumstances are unpredictable, and life itself moves in ways that are often beyond clear reasoning. Instead of forcing the mind to construct explanations, the Stoics allowed certain experiences to remain simple observations. A conversation happened. A moment felt uncomfortable. A situation changed unexpectedly. These events are acknowledged as they are, without demanding a detailed explanation. This shift removes a surprising amount of mental pressure. When the mind stops searching endlessly for reasons, it becomes free to simply observe what has already occurred. Another benefit of this approach is that it prevents the mind from creating unnecessary emotional stories. Explanations often carry hidden judgments. The brain might explain someone's behavior by assuming negative intentions or predicting future problems. These explanations can quickly create tension even when the situation itself was small. By stepping away from the need to explain everything, the mind avoids building stories that increase emotional stress. The Stoics often reminded themselves that many events are simply parts of life's natural movement. Just as the weather changes without explanation, human situations often unfold without clear reasons that the mind can immediately understand. Accepting this uncertainty allows the mind to rest. This practice also creates a deeper sense of humility. The person recognizes that their understanding of the world will always be incomplete. There are countless forces shaping every event: other people's thoughts, unseen circumstances, and the unpredictable flow of time. Realizing this removes the burden of needing to understand everything. As night grows quieter, this discipline becomes especially powerful. When the day ends, the mind often tries to explain every moment that happened. It replays conversations and searches for reasons behind each reaction. But when the mind allows events to remain simple experiences rather than puzzles to solve, those moments lose their power to disturb the night. The day becomes a series of events that have already passed, not questions that must be answered before sleep. In this quiet acceptance, the mind becomes peaceful. Thoughts slow down because they no longer need to build explanations around every memory. The inner world becomes clear and spacious, and within this calm silence, the mind begins to experience a deeper form of rest. It understands that peace does not come from explaining life perfectly, but from allowing life to unfold without forcing the mind to interpret every detail. When the need to explain fades, the mind returns to its natural stillness. In that stillness, the day quietly dissolves into the past, and the gentle rhythm of sleep begins to take its place. As the mind slowly releases the need to explain everything, a deep quiet begins to form inside. Events from the day no longer demand endless interpretation. Conversations no longer need to be analyzed from every angle. The mind becomes calmer because it stops searching for reasons behind every moment that has already passed. In this calm space, another important Stoic discipline begins to appear, quietly accepting what was done and what was left undone. Every day carries a mixture of actions and unfinished moments. Some tasks are completed, some conversations are resolved, but many things remain incomplete. A message that was never sent, a plan that was delayed, words that were meant to be spoken but never found the moment. These unfinished pieces of the day often remain quietly in the mind. When night arrives, the mind sometimes returns to these moments and begins measuring them. It wonders whether more could have been done. It imagines how the day might have unfolded differently. It replays opportunities that were missed or actions that could have been improved. The Stoics understood that this habit can disturb the peace of the mind. When the brain treats every unfinished moment as a problem, the day never truly ends. The mind continues working long after the body has grown tired. Because of this, the Stoics practiced a simple discipline before rest. They learned to accept the day exactly as it unfolded, both the actions that were completed and the ones that were left undone. This acceptance begins with recognizing a simple truth. No day can contain everything a person hopes to accomplish. Life always leaves some tasks unfinished, some plans postponed, and some efforts incomplete. This is not a failure of the person. It is simply the nature of time. Each day offers only a limited number of moments. Within those moments, people act with the understanding and energy they have available at the time. Some choices lead to progress, others lead to delay, but every action belongs to the conditions of that particular day. The Stoics believed that once the day had ended, there was no benefit in resisting this reality. The actions had already been taken, the opportunities that passed had already moved into the past. Accepting this does not remove responsibility for growth or improvement. The Stoics valued learning from experience, but they understood that reflection must eventually come to a gentle close. Once the lessons of the day have been seen, the mind can release the rest. Another important part of this discipline is removing the emotional weight from unfinished tasks. When the mind views an incomplete task as a personal failure, it attaches unnecessary pressure to it. The brain continues holding on to the task because it feels responsible for resolving the feeling attached to it. But when the mind simply acknowledges that the task remains unfinished, without judgment, the tension disappears. The unfinished task becomes something that belongs to tomorrow, rather than something that must be solved tonight. This shift allows the mind to close the day peacefully. The brain understands that the day was lived as fully as possible with the time and energy that existed. There is no need to force perfection from a day that has already passed. The Stoics often reminded themselves that life unfolds through countless small steps rather than perfect completion. Progress happens gradually through repeated effort, not through flawless days. Recognizing this truth removes the unrealistic expectation that every moment must be used perfectly. As night deepens, this quiet acceptance becomes especially calming. The mind no longer feels responsible for correcting the past or finishing every task before sleep arrives. Instead, the person gently acknowledges the day for what it was, a collection of efforts, moments, and experiences that have now come to an end. The completed actions are allowed to rest. The unfinished actions are placed gently into tomorrow. Within this peaceful acceptance, the mind grows still again. Breathing slows, the body relaxes, and the inner world becomes free from the pressure of measuring the day. And as the mind settles into this quiet understanding, a deeper realization begins to appear. Life does not require perfect days in order to move forward. It only requires honest effort and the wisdom to rest when the day has ended. In that calm acceptance, the mind releases the weight of what was done and what was left undone, allowing the night to carry it gently into rest. As the mind gently accepts what was done and what was left undone, the day finally begins to feel complete. The pressure to correct the past fades. The unfinished moments are placed quietly into tomorrow. The mind no longer feels responsible for carrying every detail of the day through the night. In this calm space, another quiet Stoic discipline begins to unfold, the practice of replacing rumination with calm observation. Rumination is the habit of returning to the same thought again and again. The mind replays a conversation, a mistake, or an uncomfortable moment, hoping that repeating it will somehow change its meaning. But instead of bringing clarity, rumination usually creates deeper confusion. The same scene plays repeatedly in the mind without ever reaching a satisfying conclusion. The Stoics noticed how easily the mind falls into this pattern. When a moment during the day carries emotional weight, the brain tries to understand it by thinking about it repeatedly. Each time the memory returns, the mind examines it again, searching for something it may have missed. Yet the more the mind circles around the memory, the more active the emotion becomes. What began as a small disturbance can grow into a larger one, simply because the mind keeps returning to it. Because of this, the Stoics trained themselves to replace rumination with calm observation. Observation is very different from rumination. Rumination pulls the mind deeply into the memory, making it feel as though the event is happening again. Observation steps back from the memory and sees it from a distance. When a thought from the day appears, the Stoic approach is not to follow the chain of thinking that usually comes next. Instead, the person simply notices the thought and acknowledges its presence. The memory is seen clearly, but the mind does not chase it. This small change breaks the cycle of rumination. Without constant attention feeding the memory, the thought slowly loses its intensity. It becomes just another passing idea within the mind, rather than a scene that must be replayed. The Stoics understood that most thoughts lose their strength when they are simply observed. Another important part of this practice is removing the need to solve the memory immediately. Rumination often continues because the mind believes there must be a perfect explanation or conclusion hidden somewhere inside the event. But the Stoics accepted that not every moment needs to be fully resolved. Sometimes a conversation was simply awkward. Sometimes a mistake happened. Sometimes another person behaved in a way that cannot be completely understood. When the mind allows these moments to exist without forcing a final answer, the need to replay them slowly disappears. Observation also changes the emotional relationship with the memory. When the mind watches the thought calmly, it becomes less personal. The person sees the event as something that occurred rather than something that defines them. This distance allows the mind to relax. The Stoics believe that the mind becomes peaceful when it stops chasing every thought that appears. Thoughts will continue to come and go naturally, but the person does not need to follow each one. When rumination is replaced by observation, the brain begins to move more slowly. Thoughts pass through awareness like gentle waves instead of strong currents pulling attention away. The nervous system responds to this shift by relaxing further. The body recognizes that the mind is no longer trapped in the cycle of replaying the past. As night grows quiet, the mind becomes more spacious. Memories may still appear briefly, but they no longer demand attention. The person simply notices them and allows them to pass. Within this calm observation, the mind rediscovers a sense of freedom. It is no longer tied to the same scenes from the past. Instead, it remains present with the quiet stillness of the night. And as this peaceful awareness deepens, another gentle Stoic insight begins to appear. The mind slowly realizes that many thoughts lose their power the moment they are seen clearly, without being followed. When the mind learns to observe rather than ruminate, the inner world becomes steady and calm, ready to drift naturally into the quiet rhythm of sleep. As rumination slowly fades and the mind learns to observe thoughts rather than chase them, something quiet and beautiful begins to happen inside. The endless mental replay that once kept the brain restless starts to loosen its grip. Thoughts still appear, but they no longer arrive with the same urgency. The mind is no longer chasing the past or trying to solve every moment that has already ended. In this calmer space, another gentle Stoic practice becomes possible, the practice of letting the mind empty itself naturally. Many people believe that a peaceful mind is something that must be forced. They try to push thoughts away or demand that the mind become silent. But the Stoics understood that the mind does not become quiet through pressure. In fact, the harder a person tries to control every thought, the more active the mind often becomes. The mind behaves much like water that has been disturbed. When the surface of water is shaken, waves appear, but if nothing continues to disturb it, the surface slowly becomes still again on its own. The Stoics saw that the mind follows the same natural rhythm. When the mind is constantly fed with worry, analysis, and emotional reaction, it remains busy and unsettled. But when the mind is allowed to rest without being pushed in any direction, it slowly begins to empty itself. Letting the mind empty itself naturally begins with trust. The person learns to trust that the brain already knows how to settle when it is given space. Thoughts may still appear, but they will gradually slow down when they are not constantly being followed. Instead of trying to remove thoughts one by one, the Stoic approach simply allows the mind to rest without interference. A thought may appear briefly. The mind notices it. Then the thought continues moving on its own, fading the way a ripple fades across quiet water. There is no effort to stop it, and no effort to keep it. Over time, the spaces between thoughts begin to grow wider. This widening space is where the mind begins to empty itself. The Stoics believe that the mind naturally releases what it no longer needs when it is not forced to hold on to it. The memories, small worries, and scattered ideas that filled the mind during the day begin to drift away quietly when the mind is allowed to relax. This process happens slowly and gently. It cannot be rushed. Another important part of this practice is removing the expectation that the mind must become completely empty. The Stoics did not seek a perfect silence inside the mind. They simply allowed thoughts to lose their intensity. Some thoughts may still appear here and there, but they pass through awareness like light clouds crossing a wide sky. As the mind stops holding on to every thought, the inner world becomes spacious. Instead of feeling crowded with mental activity, the mind feels open and calm. The nervous system responds to this openness by relaxing further. The body senses that the mind is no longer engaged in effort or resistance. Breathing slows, muscles soften. The mind begins to move naturally toward the quiet rhythm that prepares it for sleep. The Stoics understood that true rest does not come from forcing the mind into silence. True rest comes from allowing the mind to release its activity on its own. When the person stops feeding the mind with urgency and control, the brain gradually returns to its natural balance. Thoughts become lighter. The need to think fades. The inner world begins to settle the way a quiet lake settles when the wind disappears. In this peaceful state, the mind empties itself not through effort, but through patience. The Stoics trusted this natural process. They understood that the mind, when left undisturbed, naturally moves toward calm. And as the mind continues releasing the scattered fragments of the day, another quiet understanding begins to appear. The person realizes that peace was never something that needed to be created through struggle. Peace was already present beneath the noise of constant thinking. When the mind stops holding on to every thought and allows itself to empty naturally, that quiet peace slowly rises to the surface, guiding the mind gently toward the deep stillness of sleep. As the mind begins to empty itself naturally, a gentle quiet spreads through the inner world. Thoughts no longer arrive in crowded waves. The mind no longer chases every memory or tries to organize every idea. The scattered pieces of the day slowly drift away on their own. In this growing calm, another subtle habit of the mind begins to reveal itself. Even when thoughts grow quieter, the brain still searches for one thing that often keeps it restless: the need for mental closure. The human mind likes finished stories. It feels comfortable when every question has an answer and every situation reaches a clear ending. When something remains unresolved, the mind continues returning to it. It tries to complete the story by imagining explanations, predicting outcomes, or replaying events again and again. The Stoics understood that this desire for closure can quietly disturb the mind. Many moments in life remain open for long periods of time. Conversations end without perfect understanding. Situations unfold slowly. Some questions remain unanswered far longer than the mind would prefer. When the brain believes every situation must reach immediate closure, it creates unnecessary tension. The mind keeps working long after the moment has passed, because it believes the story must be completed before peace can return. Because of this, the Stoics practiced dissolving the need for mental closure. This practice begins by recognizing that life rarely provides perfect endings in the moment they occur. Many situations only reveal their meaning much later. Some experiences never reach a neat conclusion at all. They simply become part of the larger flow of life. Instead of forcing the mind to complete every story, the Stoics allowed certain moments to remain unfinished. A conversation may end without full agreement. A decision may remain uncertain for a while. A situation may continue unfolding beyond the control of the present moment. The Stoics accepted these open spaces without trying to fill them with endless thinking. This acceptance removes a great deal of pressure from the mind. When the brain stops demanding immediate closure, it becomes free from the need to constantly revisit unfinished situations. The mind no longer tries to close every door before the night ends. Another important part of this technique is recognizing that closure often comes naturally with time. Events that feel incomplete today may resolve themselves tomorrow. Conversations may continue later. New information may appear that changes the meaning of what happened. By trusting the natural unfolding of time, the mind relaxes its need to force answers immediately. The Stoics believed that patience with uncertainty is a sign of inner strength. A calm mind can live peacefully even when some parts of life remain unknown. This perspective also protects the mind from creating false conclusions. When the brain rushes to close a situation too quickly, it often fills the gaps with imagined explanations. These explanations can create unnecessary emotions that have little connection to reality. By allowing the situation to remain open, the mind avoids building stories that may not be true. As night grows deeper, this discipline becomes especially comforting. The mind recognizes that not every question must be answered before sleep arrives. Some situations belong to tomorrow. Others belong to a future that has not yet unfolded. The brain slowly releases the pressure to finish every story tonight. Unfinished moments are gently placed at a distance where they can remain without disturbing the present. In this calm acceptance, the mind begins to experience a quiet freedom. Thoughts slow down because they are no longer chasing conclusions. The inner world becomes spacious again. And within that space, the mind begins to understand something simple but powerful. Peace does not require perfect closure. It only requires the willingness to let life remain open where it naturally is. When the need for closure dissolves, the mind finally rests, without searching for answers that time will reveal in its own quiet way. The day is finally behind you. Every thought that once felt heavy has been slowly loosened. Every moment that once demanded attention has been placed gently where it belongs, in the past. Through these reflections, the mind has practiced something the Stoics understood thousands of years ago. Peace is not something the world gives you. It is something the mind learns to return to. You have stepped back from thoughts instead of fighting them. You have watched worries without obeying them. You have allowed unfinished moments to remain unfinished, accepted what was done and left undone, and released the silent pressure to control people, outcomes, and explanations. Little by little, the mind stopped struggling with itself. And when the mind stops struggling, peace quietly appears. This is the Stoic way of rest, not forcing silence, not escaping thoughts, but seeing clearly that most disturbances lose their power the moment you stop feeding them. Tonight your mind practiced letting thoughts pass like clouds, letting problems shrink in the quiet of the night, and letting the day dissolve into memory without carrying it forward. And each time you practice this, something powerful begins to change. The brain slowly rewires itself for calm. What once felt overwhelming becomes manageable. What once kept you awake begins to fade into quiet observation. Peace becomes your default state rather than something you chase. So, as the night settles deeper, allow the mind to drift the way a calm river moves through the dark, steady, quiet, and unburdened. And before you fully drift into rest, I want to hear from you. If you made it all the way to the end of this journey, write "quiet mind" in the comments. It lets me know you were here, practicing stillness with thousands of others, learning to master their inner world. And if this meditation brought you even a moment of calm tonight, consider subscribing to the channel. There are many more reflections on Stoicism, peace, and the quiet strength of the mind waiting for you here. Now let the thoughts fade, let the mind grow still, and allow the night to carry you gently into rest.